I haven't copied it, but I only, what was that?
We're live.
I didn't look.
All right, great. Thank you very much. All right, welcome to the RA Board of Directors Work Session Meeting of October 10th, 2024. I see we've got Director Flashman, Farrell, Jack, Rarwatch, Santa, and who do we have online as far as directors?
We don't have any directors.
Okay, so we do have quorum, and having established quorum, let's start the meeting. Just a couple announcements quickly. Director Johnson informed me that he'll be here, but he's on his way. He'll be a little bit late. And I believe Director Dodd also confirmed that she will be here, so she will show up. I've got a couple of quick announcements to share with you. On Friday, October the 4th, there was an event, Hunters Woods Ball Field rededication. We had some dignitaries there. Ken Plum, our former delegate. Supervisor Walter Alcorn was there, and several members of the RA board were there as well. Thank you for being there, directors. Jack, Farrell, Grywatch, and we had RA staff as well, senior leadership team, Mac, Peter, Chris Schumacher, Kara, and team. Thank you for, sorry?
Laura.
Yes, and Laura as well. Thank you. Thank you for everybody who attended the event. It was very good. It was important for us to be there. And I believe there was an article in Fairfax Now that got published. Thank you, Kara, for doing that and taking some pictures. Just another reminder, again, I always say this, that if you're contacting staff, please make sure you CC to CEO or COO just for their awareness. And also when contacting CEO and COO and others, please CC to me so that the rest of the board is aware of your activities and what's going on. With that in mind, let's move on to our agenda here. We are on item B, I believe, correct?
B. Mr. President, I move the adoption of the agenda as set out in our materials, with the exception that I want to move the assessment of finance resolution over to a board consideration item. We make it item I and move everything else back. We'll take it up after the.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
All right. Discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous of all those present. Thank you.
Abstain.
I'm sorry, you abstained. Director Dodd abstained. So we have 601 the motion. Thank you. Brittany, I'm sorry. We have approval of September 26th minutes. Sorry.
Member comment. Mr. President, member comments is next on the agenda.
Thank you.
We don't have anyone signed up this evening.
Okay.
Yeah, I move to adopt the consent calendar as previously amended.
Second discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Was that an aye?
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous of all those present. Thank you.
Can I just confirm that we approved not only the September 26th regular minutes, but we also approved
Public hearing.
the public hearing for September the 26th? That's not on the agenda, but in our materials.
That is my understanding.
Yeah. That was
And that
my-
was the intent of the motion. Thank you.
Do we need to redo the motion?
We're good.
Okay.
Anything else?
Thank you. Thank you. All right. The Lusk, over to you.
Sure. Three quick ones tonight from me. The first one is that was in the packet. The board will remember Resolution 17 passing a few months ago. Staff were charged with a few follow-ups there. We have followed through on those steps. We are starting to receive forms back from members, which is great. We've set up a bit of an internal process, so we're making sure that the form comes in and the edits are made in Member Suite, and then we're confirming that those edits are made. So as it pertains to the resolution and voting and membership, that process is underway. The board will also remember that the resolution said that should be done by the end of November, but we actually gave folks through the end of December to give them more time. We feel like as staff, we can make that work. So well underway there. We feel like it's working. So all good on that front. Two quick ones. For those tracking the Barton Hill Tennis Court project, paving began today. So we're moving along there, moving along on schedule, which is great. And then the conference center, as much as we love coming here to the lake house, work starts on the conference center tomorrow. So we anticipate being back on the 24th at the conference center. We'll keep everyone in the loop there, but we think this might be the last one here at the lake house.
Mr. President.
Mr. Farrell.
If I may ask, our COO, on the forms that we sent out to the Class B membership, it wasn't clear to me if I was an apartment owner, how I provide my rent roll, because there wasn't a specific place there for it. How are we dealing with how many apartment complexes do we have?
I believe it's 15.
No, it's like 30,
There's a-
It's 20.
20. Okay.
20.
So.
How are we doing?
So the intent was for the owners to send the form out, but we're also going to follow up with the apartment owners to ask them to provide us a roster. We're going to do a separate reach out there
Okay.
to make sure we get that information.
Okay, all right. They have been providing it to us in the past, and so I was just, when I looked at the Class B form, it was like, okay, where's the rent roll?
Yep.
You know, there wasn't, for next year, it seemed to me that there ought to be a rubric that says, you know, attach your rent roll here so that it's clear what we're asking the Class B owners.
I think that makes sense, but we are planning to do some separate outreach. So good question.
Just for next year, you've already printed the form for this year.
Got it.
It's like, next year.
Can the form be like editable on a PDF? Because it's not. It's like old school hard copy way? Or is that like a technical?
I think we can, let me try to figure it out. We'll get back to you.
Sure, goes back to our IT committee.
No way.
We need a, third party.
We have to hire a third party to do that for us. Okay,
I think there was.
yeah, I know. Did you finish your,
I'm
okay, yeah, go ahead.
Just because we don't have a land use topic, I thought that it would be good to remind the membership that we have some land use things going on. Tonight we have the Soapstone Connector meeting, which is at 7:30. And on October 28th at 7 p.m. at Langston Hughes is the Wheelie Avenue study, which is studying Wheelie from Sunset Hills down to Sunrise Valley Drive. And the board would welcome any feedback from any members, and certainly a reminder to the rest of the board that those would be good meetings either to attend or to follow up on after the meetings, and because the land use committee is following those topics.
Thank you.
On that point, Mr. President. Some months ago, there was a conversation between our CEO and the Wheeler developers on the townhouses to be developed over here at Sallie Mae or Freddie Mac. And I remember suggesting that we probably need to send out a follow-up letter to them, because there's a tendency in that community, meaning the developer community, to not be forthcoming. And to be able to say that the association needs to be able to say to Supervisor Alcorn, hey, we're paying them and we're getting nothing back. I understood that such a letter was going to go out, but I haven't seen or heard it. Did we ping Wheeler again?
So I might ask my friend, Mr. Anthony, if he knows anything about that. I'm not involved in a lot of these conversations, but I can get you an update for that.
Okay.
Caniglio?
Yeah. Well, if Caniglio's still there, but yeah, Steve Caniglio was the developer rep through the rezoning. And my understanding is that Mr. Champ and our CEO met with Mr. Caniglio. He was supposed to get back to us and it's been crickets. So if we're waiting for him to get back to us and we haven't heard from him, and it's been a year, maybe we need to ding him again, just so that if Supervisor Alcorn asks the question, we can say, hey, we've been following up and we're getting crickets. Just,
Director Farrell, just if it helps, just for awareness of everybody, during our meeting with Walter last time, I believe this topic came up and our CEO and both CEO and I mentioned that we have heard nothing from them. So we let Walter know that that's what we've.
Yeah.
He was.
yeah, I'm just looking for
Yeah.
a hard copy so that there's no dispute that, hey, it's on you. When are you coming back to us?
Mr. Doctor, I followed up with Steve on 9/18 and got no response.
Oh, so you did send an
I
email.
did send it.
Thank you. That's all I want, was just to make sure.
Yep.
That
we've done our part. Yep.
we've done our part. Can you forward that email, because I'd like our president to share that email with Supervisor Alcorn?
Yes, we will follow up. And like I said, we've already given him a heads up that based on, I believe Mac's comment to Walter was based on this information that, info that just, that Tony just mentioned, but we will double check on that. Yeah,
Yeah.
just to make sure we're complete.
Just make sure that we'll close the loop on that.
Okay.
It ain't us, guys.
Right. I think, I believe we were very, very clear about the fact that during our conversation, our meeting with the supervisor, that we've done our part and
We attorneys love paper trails.
Thank you.
yes,
Director Dodd, thank you. You get my point.
I do.
sure. Okay, any other questions for our CEO of today? Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lusk. Welcome. Volunteer interviews. I believe we have only one for tonight, correct?
Two positions, one candidate, Thomas Freed.
Mr. Freed is online.
Okay.
Mr. Freed, can you hear us?
Hello, yes, hi. Can you hear me?
And
Mr. Freed, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your volunteering, and you've got, what, 3 minutes to do your intro for us.
Well, I mean, if you have any questions, let me know, but I've been in Ruston for over 40 years. Moved to New Jersey a couple years ago for the grandkids, and now we're back again. My background is I've spent over 40 years in software development, software engineer, worked 20 years for NCIS, and then another 20 years for other government agencies. Retired a couple of years ago. I'm a docent out at Uberhazy, but I wanted to get more involved in Reston. I've always liked it here. Like I said, we've been here a long time. And I think I could help out the IT committee because I've got a pretty strong background in that area. And I'm also interested in the covenants committee because I've always liked the standards and the way Reston maintains and enforces them. It keeps the community, it keeps Reston what Reston is. And I think I could definitely help out in that area also. Because it's something I'm interested in, it's something I believe in, and that is something I would like to do. So since I have a lot of free time, I figure I can devote as much time as needed to these various committees.
And we appreciate that. Thank you, Tom. Fellow board members, any questions for Mr. Freed? Yes, Director Flashman, please.
Good evening. I want to thank you for applying for these positions. And I noticed on your application, that you applied also for the Environmental Advisory Committee. But
Yes.
That does not seem to be one of the committees that you're being considered for this evening.
Yeah, I attended their meeting and I haven't had a chance to discuss further, so I don't know where that's going to go.
Was that your choice that you?
I know that was my choice. Yeah. The environment is something that, I mean, I've been in really passionate about it for as long as I can remember. And I would like to also help out around here on Reston if whatever they need. So that one, is not up this time. So,
Thank you. I had the same question that on the application, I saw three.
He attended the EAC meeting.
Sorry, I haven't had a chance to speak with him. So, no.
yeah,
He was at the meeting.
He was at the meeting, but she hadn't spoken.
Oh, okay.
Director Santa, question.
Thank you so much for coming over. Just a plug, since you seem like an eager beaver, there's upcoming elections. So if you'd like to join this fabulous group, come on board. But I also wanted to ask you, what do you think you can achieve in the IT committee, and what areas of improvement do you think you could advise in staff?
well, I think a big area, I've noticed that you come up with a new website, which I haven't fully explored. But I think one area that's very important now, as far as IT goes, is cybersecurity. As well as just making sure that we're up on the latest developments, the latest technology, taking advantage of things that we can take advantage of. But cyber is one of my, I mean, I spent my last 5 years working at a cybersecurity company, so dealing with that, and I think that is the biggest challenge right now, is making sure things are safe, usable, but not vulnerable.
Thank you.
Mr. Fried, I just have one question, kind of like a follow-up to what Director Flashman asked you. On the paper form, there are three appointments listed. You have IT and governance and environmental.
Mhm.
Are you, which one is, do you want to do all three? 2 out of 3? Which is the priority for you?
I'm actually looking to do all three because I
Okay.
have plenty of time, and they're all three areas that I'm very interested in.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Fried? Thank you very much for your time. We will deliberate and we will let you know about the results.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys interviewing me. Take care.
Thank you. Yep.
Good night.
Good night. Director Santa, you've got.
Yep, I'll try to keep this under 5 minutes. Hopefully, the way I broke this down for you guys was helpful. I will pause here and say, does anybody have any questions or discrepancies about the in progress motions or the completed motions? If not, I'm moving to discussion items. So, something that we have outstanding.
I know the intent was well played, but I do think Director Farrell might have a question.
Yes,
Good try. I'll share with you, because I don't want to overburden Brittany, but I had a very difficult time reading the entries under the complete heading. The strike-throughs, even in the larger format, the strike-throughs made it very hard to read what was there. I have no doubt that the function was completed, but I just going forward, by just putting it under the heading completed, I think that's sufficient without actually then doing strike-through also. Because it just, when you do the strike-through and you have, I think it was 6 pages to read, it's hard. If you just put them under completed, I'll know they're completed and I'll be able to pat ourselves on the back that we completed them.
a lot of completions, okay, duly noted.
When do you want, because I had a couple of questions on a couple of the entries. I don't know when you want to do that.
Do they fall under in progress or completed for?
In progress, because I think there are a couple of them, unless I misunderstood, that actually have been completed.
Okay, which one?
Well, let me go first. On page 4, items 16 and 19. it doesn't seem to be a current status, steps taken or whatever. And I don't,
16,
16 is about,
That's-
develop a strawman policy for common area request.
correct, so staff is currently working on that.
Okay, but it's not in,
I understand, but I did talk to staff.
okay, it's not there. And 19,
19, it says, Josh Shrug, seconded by Johnson, move to direct the council to amend the existing resolutions that include board operations committee and BDC, thus eliminating blah, blah, blah. So that is also under review because it is, I think, in compilation with Irwin and council to look through all the resolutions. So I think that's also being done. It's in progress. They have it, they need to prioritize.
okay.
They have it.
And then items 10 and 8, I think they're completed, unless I misunderstand. It's on page 3.
And it says. So this is Josh Rock motion, seconded by Gray Watson to direct the CEO to create a 3-year strategic plan, or association and return to the board status for a full review. Strategic plan was adopted in Q1. So it is completed under my memo. It's item number 2.
Okay,
Already strategic plan adopted, so that motion is completed and closed out. If it's a matter, when this was sent over to me, I closed it out. It was a matter of Brittany moving it over to the tab
okay,
section. And then what was the other one?
8,
This is the Johnson motion, seconded by Flashman, move that in addition to the prior motion that the staff also research instructions is necessary to provide use of any acquired AEDs. I have that also as completed as item number 3 in my memo. Although it's not reflected in the Excel sheet.
Bottom of the page, number 3.
okay.
Okay, so discussion item number 1, this is for Friends of Reston. I'll let staff jump in after I review this one, but essentially, there's been a hard time trying to find a part-time employee to help with the operations of the organization. So I'd like to ask this body, if it's still a priority? Do we need to direct staff to change the position to be something else? You know, thoughts?
Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, just so the reminder on this is that there was a full-time position that was reduced during budget last year, so we went out for recruitment for a part-time position. That recruitment was not successful. Laura Kowalski has done a great job staffing the Friends of Reston. I would say that that is not a model that's sustainable forever. So I think we do intend to recruit it again. We just haven't. We went through a pretty extensive recruitment process and it was not successful.
Feedback was nobody wanted to do less than 40 hours. Or just
I would-
find qualified.
I would say the quality of the candidates is.
Is there, excuse me, is there a reason for the quality of candidates that you can identify? Like, is the salary too low or something along those lines?
A few were salary. I think a few, it's sort of a niche situation to staff a nonprofit. I would also just say that our recruitment methods, maybe up until recently, haven't been great. So I think we're looking to improve now with the HR director. So I think we can try a different method.
Would you attribute it to not having an HR director to handle these things?
I wouldn't say that's the main issue. I'd just say our recruitment tactics can improve and
Okay.
have improved. Yeah.
So that's something that you're looking into?
Yes.
And
Yes,
how
Dr.
many hours are dedicated for that position?
So if I remember correctly, it's a 30-hour position, 30-hour week position, or maybe less than that, but it is not a full-time position.
Okay, so we'll continue to monitor.
I would comment that the board should consider, maybe not tonight, but as we get into budget discussions, which are slated for the next meeting, the difference between what FOR is bringing into the association in relation to the amount of staff man hours that are going into supporting the organization.
Is for my purposes, because I'm a newbie. For next meeting, can you just have a one pager, like, this is what they bring
Sure.
in, you know, historically, so we all have fact.
I believe we are slated to give a Friends of Reston update at the next meeting.
Yes.
Correct.
I will talk about that at the, with new business. Yeah.
Members' right resolution 2 has been, punted twice now, I believe, in the motions that I reviewed. So if it is still this body intent to move forward, I suggest it's December 5th. But I'm not pledged to it, just.
What does the board think about this? Yes, Director. George.
I would like to defer it indefinitely.
Okay.
That's my preference.
Director Farrell.
I think that with resolution, this is about, for those who may have forgotten, because we have so many resolutions, this is about what it costs, what are we gonna charge members who want a copy of our document? And under FOIA, they're entitled to the documents and we're entitled to charge a reasonable fee. The resolution, the drafts that I have seen, the fees are excessive. And so, my own view is if somebody's asking for less than 50 pages, or you want to make it 30, fine, make it 30. But below a certain threshold, we just give it to them. If they're asking for something that is an ungodly number of pages, and I'll say 50, you want to bid 40, okay. We'll see if somebody does 25. My only point is that it's their association. I don't want the staff to be overburdened, but by the same token, if somebody's asking for information, you shouldn't be nickel and diming people who are already paying us close to $900 a year.
Just to follow up on this and to Director Santos' comment about the PDF. Are these things that could be done digitally so that people can download them without even bothering with anybody?
So just a couple thoughts on that. So the board will see these fees as part of the fee resolution process.
Yeah.
The reason this came forward sort of out of cycle is a board member was interested in looking at the fees outside of the budget process. So the board will see them at the next meeting and again in November. So really, this conversation will be addressed through that process. The second part to your point, Director Farrell, Cam informs me, this mostly has to do with covenants. Mostly this is where these come from. We've never charged anyone in the time that Cam has been here. So this is not a common practice for us to do anyway. I think it's just there because we need a fee.
Okay, so can I just follow up on Director Joshak's comment? It sounds like this is a non-issue turned into an issue. So is this something that we want to just defer indefinitely or just take it off our list here? Because from all the discussion, we all seem to be in agreement that we shouldn't be charging them. There are ways you could put them maybe digital, people download them because these are all covenant documents and so on. Really, it's not an issue.
And that it's being addressed as part of our budget process.
And it's being addressed as part of it. Yeah, does that make sense? Everybody agree with that? Okay.
Then can we ask staff to remove them from the fee schedule that they want us to approve next meeting?
I think the DO bringing off of this was that it would be addressed at that time. So you're right. I think this would eliminate the motion here, but as far as killing it completely, let's take a look at it from the budget and then that would be our opportunity to strike it completely.
The next meeting.
Yeah, I'm just asking, because if they remove it, then we don't have to make a motion next time to remove it. We can just make a motion to approve the fee schedule.
Council.
Just one point, not just residential members that are entitled to make requests, but commercial members also. Who do not pay dues, so.
I see. Right. Why don't we discuss this at the next meeting and then make a decision then? Because I think that's a good point. Yeah. And I know Director Farrell, we all care about those who are not members and the overhead. Anyway, please, thank you. Yes,
Okay, item 3,
that's the one we're discussing.
policy which limits and or eliminates donations from residential landowners who have not accepted resident association requests to become members.
Yeah. That's
So we're tabling that for like, yeah, okay, sure. IT update, was a request that we haven't yet slated for an agenda. I recommended December 5th, but I don't know if anybody has a strong objection to that idea?
December 5th.
December 5th.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Roadmap, yes.
500 Woods Ball Field, staff should provide a recommendation on this should be tentatively scheduled on the agenda. We got an update, there was motion saying that staff should come back. I know Kara sent an update today, so I think that covers off this item, but I just want to make sure that you guys are aware that that was a motion. 6 is pickleball criteria. BRAC has developed their pickleball siting criteria. It was something that was mandated by this body, so the question is, do we want to take it up December 5th? Are there any strong objections? Is there a better time to do this? Should we wait till the rest? of
Any
BRAC
suggestions?
Master
Ken?
plan is
For the
done?
first of the year.
Yeah, I would think maybe because we're going through the budget process, we really don't want to mix things up a lot here. So this could wait until January, I would suggest.
We've been stacking quite a bit until December, so we should
Yeah.
be cognizant of
Yeah, of course.
not being here for 6 hours in December.
Please, just remember, as you create the agenda, January, this is coming back.
I put the agenda with the CEO and then comes to the board and the board looks at it and provides it, but it's all teamwork.
7, non-member engagement for membership.
What does it mean?
This was, I believe, Mr. Johnson's motion, to have staff go do what I call door knocking to figure out, hey, do you want to become a member of RA of those units that have officially are their own units, not apartments?
If I recall properly, it was just a feasibility study of.
It was to reach out not to individual homeowners, but to the owners of the apartment projects, that's members.
So,
And we went back and forth on developers, but in many cases, the developers are long gone, and now we're dealing with owners of
Right.
apartment projects.
again, January or December 5th or?
Again, I would suggest let's get through our budget process this year. And Director Johnson, if you're okay with it, we can do this after the new year.
Mr. President, isn't it really, I thought we put this to bed when last time we touched it, and it really is a matter now of having a CEO update telling us what's been accomplished. I don't think I think there was unanimous consent on the
motion.
on the language of the practice. I don't think there's any further work to be done on that. If somebody corrects me or somebody feels otherwise, that's fine, but I think we're now at the stage where we would be looking
Get a brief.
we'd be looking for updates on what outreach has happened. But if I'm mistaken, please feel free to correct me.
Mr. Tusk, maybe we can look into that and see which one it is, and if it's a brief, we'll do that as part of the CEO. Sure. Okay,
Okay. Good.
all good. Any other questions for? Great, seeing none, let's move to our item H, aquatics.
Okay,
Tusk, how do you want to handle it?
thank you. So this is an item I'm very excited about. So when thinking about the agenda for tonight, I thought it was a great idea to get our aquatics team here to talk about all things pools. I think we all can agree that it's possible there may be some budget conversations related to our pools. So we have both capital and operating topics tonight related to aquatics and resting. We are not going to go slide by slide through the presentation. We trust everyone read the video or saw the video, listened to the video. Chris is going to kick us off here tonight and talk a little bit about our pool replacement schedule. So many of you will remember that we just completed our reserve study. The reserve study contemplates replacing pools in 1 year, what that year might be, just based on the useful life of the pool. For those that have been around, they know that we don't fund a pool replacement in 1 year. We do it over many years. So Chris is going to speak a little bit about that tonight and how that may affect the 10-year average over time. Then we have our Cracker Jack operations team here. Many of you know Laura Kowalski, our director of recreation. We also have Name Tag Nate. Call him Name Tag Nate because he always has his name tag on. He runs our day-to-day pool operations. So if a pump breaks, if chlorine isn't being pumped in the pool, that's Nate that handles that. We also have Laura Catrona, who handles our relationships with all pool folks, deals with memberships, deals with programming, things of that nature. So I've asked for them to keep it brief. We know there's going to be lots of questions. We're happy to walk through everything, but we'd hope that tonight can inform the board about conversations we may or may not have regarding the budget. So Chris, I'll turn it over.
So yeah, the presentation, I kind of try to give a high level overview of some of the history of our pool renovations, when some of them happened, kind of give you a little bit of an idea of sort of the pacing that we've had sort of over the last 20 years. And then I went into the details of what our current reserve study forecasted, and it's a pretty aggressive schedule. I think there's 9 pools in the next 20 years that are forecasted. As Pete mentioned, reserve studies are pretty simplistic in how they set their funding methodologies, where, like I said, it's all funding up in 1 year for the engineering and then a whole other year that's just for the construction. In reality, we actually have a more different type of schedule with our pacing. So you see that example in slide 7, where I kind of do a comparison between how reserve study currently sets up a funding methodology versus how we are currently working on right now on our pool replacements, in terms of setting up a little bit differently with multiple years for engineering, multiple years for construction, and then trying to stagger them in such a way that's more realistic for us to pull off. So that's kind of an update on that. And then I have a couple of different items about how we're looking into adding additional items into future CIPs that cover maintenance, interior bathhouse enhancements, things of that nature. So happy to answer any questions.
Okay, before we open it up to questions, Chris, I want to, on behalf of the board, if I may, I want to thank you and all your team and Laura and the Aquatics team for all the work that they've done this year and for putting this package together. I found the numbers to be very interesting, very revealing, and help me understand and get the trends and so on. So thank you very, very much for everything you guys have done. Okay, open for questions. Director Farrell.
I said this at the time that the reserve study was presented, and particularly true with regard to the pools. The reserve study, to me, and the expected life, remaining useful life, it seemed not, it was floating around, depending on the pool. And it seemed to me to be kind of, okay, here's the result we want. Now we're going to backload the expected life. And that's kind of backwards. That's not, I've never seen a reserve study done that way. So I have a problem relying on the reserve study because I think the methodology was wrong and not consistent with any other reserve study I've ever seen. And I've seen more than a few. As regards to pools in particular. So we jumped ahead on Lake Thoreau because Lake Thoreau was facing a catastrophic failure. Are any of the pools that have not been redone in the last 20 years facing a similar kind of catastrophic failure?
For the reserve studies.
I'm not asking about the reserve study. I'm asking an evaluation of the integrity of a pool.
So I was going to say there's the reserve studies use engineers to do the reviews of the facilities. They went visited each facility. They are licensed engineers, and they look at it from I'm not an engineer. I can only go based upon my experience working on facilities. From their review, they didn't spot any immediate hazards or concerns from their evaluation. But then again, they are unable to see what they can see. There's nothing they can find out from underneath the facility. We have infrastructure items of that nature. And some of these pools are upwards of 50 years old now. So you're talking about potential plumbing, electrical, water systems that are of that age. And judging by industry standards, and we've seen it as well, even 40-year-old pools at Lake Thoreau can have some serious issues that are unseen until you start construction.
Well, in the case of Lake Thoreau, we saw those on our own. We didn't take a reserve study to identify Lake Thoreau's failing retaining wall. I'm not prepared to take any action with regard to the information on page 5 because I just don't find it reliable.
How would we find it reliable? Like
What we would do would get, before we undertake this process, we would have a structural engineer or a similar engineer do an evaluation of the pools that are approaching the high end of existing life. This surveyor, no question, this reserve study did not do that.
what benefit does the reserve study engineer get from, they don't see they're not a part of the construction company that we would hire to actually go out and do this. So
Well,
what,
that's-
what benefit do they get by lying to us about when we should
It was,
establish a renovation?
I don't want to revisit this because I had this conversation when we were presented with the reserve study. And the remaining useful life was backfilled. It wasn't an evaluation of what is the status, what is the structural status of this pool? It was, okay, we're not gonna fix it for a number of years. We're not budgetarily gonna handle it. So we'll set the remaining life equal to that. Just look at the dates, look at the numbers. Okay, and if you look at the dates and you look at the numbers, the remaining useful life has been played with. It is not an evaluation. There's nothing here that says this pool has,
There are industry standards for pools. Like when you build a pool in your backyard, they tell you what its useful life is.
and if you, Director Jossack, help me out.
So Rich Heights, for example, has its current age at 42 years versus the other two that are there, their current age is 50 years, but they're all basically being done within a year of each other. What we found when we were in the fiscal meeting, and that's where a big chunk of this conversation came up, is that the reserve study vendor was messing around with the pool age years and slotting them into when they should be next renovated. In order to back into the 10-year certain number. And that was alarming to us when we were in the fiscal meeting that they were being moved around. So I'll be honest, like I agree that I don't think that we should rely on the reserve study for what year we should do a pool. I trust staff much more to come to us and say, hey, we're seeing some signs and there are some things that they can do from, contracting with an engineer. I call them core drills, I don't know, I forget what you call them, where you kind of like go down into the cement and you.
Geotechnical, and there's other destructive testing.
There are things that staff can help determine. You're not just looking at the facade of the pool, you're actually looking at the makeup of the underground of the pool to really determine what year we should slot them into. So my suggestion would be to let staff absorb the reserve study. Next year, they'll be in a better position to bring us a pool schedule that not only addresses the needs that we might have with the pools and their structure, but also our ability to actually complete projects. Because again, the reserve study did all of these in 1 year. We've never done a pool renovation in a year. We have a process that I can't even imagine would allow us to get through it in a year. And so I think next budget cycle, we'll be in a better position to really determine what order these are in, which will help inform us what that 10-year average number will be, or some other method of calculating a 10-year average.
Mr. President, just to follow up on that. Did you want some?
Go ahead, I'll go on. I can wait.
Want to say?
I can wait.
Go ahead.
And we're not doing the pool next year anyway.
Right.
Okay, so, and I don't have the CIP in front of me, but I don't see us doing a pool, propose to do a pool in the next 5 years either. If I remember the CIP right, somebody can correct me on that. I think that's
There's
right,
currently no construction.
for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
So my point is, we need, before we undertake to do 4 pools in 2 years, which is what the reserve study wound up with, I would need a heck of a lot more information about the condition of those pools. Because doing 4 pools in 2 years, yeah, you worried about the assessment? Haha. Okay, so we did Thoreau because Thoreau was gonna fall into the lake. It was a catastrophic situation. It was being done much quicker than you would. But I'm not interested in having ours go through the roof on pools that don't need the work right now. I mean, and that's the other thing I'll mention is, in looking at slide 7, I'd like to see an acknowledgement of the PrAC process in design. We got our head handed to us by not going through a public process. That's what PrAC is for. PrAC is supposed to do that. This isn't just a matter of, the board waves a magic wand and off we go with the civil engineer. We have to go through the process because when we don't do it, Director Santa gets elected to the board of directors.
Yeah, I'm doing a great job.
He should do a fantastic job. That's a fantastic outcome, though.
But I'm happy with it.
You don't agree with that?
My street is looking better and better. every day.
But everybody,
No,
everybody knows what I
I
mean.
hear. Let me hear what Mr. Lusk has to say.
So just a few thoughts. Why is the board hearing this and why is this important? We're going to have lots of conversation about the 10-year average funding in the CIP. How much does that cost? All of those things. Looking at the 10-year average, as the reserve study says right now, it would be $4.5 million of funding. That's not something that this board is used to. It's much more than last year. Staff proposed significantly less this year because we don't think we're prepared to have this conversation in full right now. So I thought it was important, and as did Chris, to kind of put this together for the board to think about in the future what we might need, because we do have these pools out there. They are old. To John's point, they're not falling apart at this moment, but the money is out there in the reserve study. We know there was some confusion and conversation about the reserve study, so we wanted to, especially on slide 7, as Director Farrell pointed out. Chris has been doing some work at Fiscal's request to look at a more realistic design and construction schedule for our pools. Engineering funding is in 1 year. There's some construction funding in a second year, and then there's more funding in a third year instead of $10 million for 2 pools in the same year. That's not realistic for Reston Association. So that's the reason why we brought this tonight. In my opinion, there is no need for a decision to be made tonight. It is likely that you won't see a pool in the next 5 years in the CIP that you'll see when the budget is released tomorrow. So this is more just a background information. There are methods, to Director Farrell's point, if we wanted to do a structural study or have someone come out and do an assessment of the pools, that is something we could do that wouldn't be huge funding if we think that's important. But there are pools out there that will start to show up in the CIP, and we just thought we wanted to start this conversation with the board.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Petrine wanted to be.
Mr. Petrine, please.
Yes. I want to remind the board that the reserve study is not an engineering study. It was not intended to be. Its primary purpose was to meet a regulatory requirement to determine that RA is has a reserve, and there is some semblance of it being adequate based upon a visual review of the condition of the pools. I agree with John Farrell that a visual inspection is not sufficient, but at the same time, do you want to go to the expense of doing 15 reviews? You may end up finding out that in the next 5 years, 10 of the pools may require major renovation. Now, that would be catastrophic from a budgetary standpoint, but I don't think, they're not here to defend themselves, but I thought the study achieved the result that the consulting group was hired to accomplish. They were not manufacturing the numbers. They changed them consistent with their observations and discussion with staff as to, in most cases, deferring or lengthening the useful life of the pool based on the quality of the current condition of the pool. But I do agree with John, if you were going to, make a decision about pools, that if it is necessary, I think you will find that you would have to have an engineering study to find out.
Thank you, Bob.
Quickly, just to touch back on some of the points I was looking to address with some of the comments that were made earlier. So the ability to trust in staff to rebuild and create a pool schedule for us, I think, is a great idea. And I, personally have no problem with that and think that would be beneficial for us. Two, if staff believes that they have the skill set on staff to do that, great. If we need to hire that out, we should probably be talking about what that looks like. I do want to be clear in the sense that it sounded like we have no pools in the next 5 years coming up in what we're going to be evaluating. Taking us to the spend line over the next 7 years or 6 years and hoping that we don't have catastrophic events for 3 pools in their 50s is not a strategy. It is a gamble. Pure and simple. Waiting till something completely falls off a cliff like Thoreau was about to is not a strategy. It is just a gamble that we took and now we have to address. So we have pools that history tells you will start to crumble and fall apart based off pure construction principles that have been around with concrete forever. And so if we don't start addressing those and start planning for those appropriately over the next 5 years, we might have the order slightly wrong. It might be one pool that is supposed to be a little higher than the other, but at least we will have a plan in place that then addresses and looks at. It will take us 4 years, 7 years to get through 2 pools according to this schedule. That means we have to start now-ish. Maybe not now, but now-ish, in order to get through the 50 and high 40 pools, which we have 4 of by that time, and start to then be able to get into some others. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Well, and just briefly, in addition to the the fiscal aspects of spreading out the work, when we do work on a pool, it's out of service. And we had a banner year this year because we had more pools in service than we have in ages. I do not want to have a situation where we're taking 4 pools out of service at once and we're down by that count and our members are down by that count in their ability to use the amenity.
Mr. President, I don't want anybody to misunderstand. My point is that I would rather this organization be relying on the outside expert to do the evaluation and to include in the budget, because it's probably a capital budget item, the structural engineering evaluation of pools and to schedule them and to start with the oldest one. That's fine. But I don't want to be making a decision on a reserve study that was done principally in order to meet a statutory requirement. Having sat through the reserve study presentation twice, it ain't anything I'm going to spend $3 million on, or $8 million on, or $10 million on. I want more data.
Okay, so what I'm capturing right now is that there seems to be a little bit of consensus in the form of, we don't want to do anything about this right now, but we need to get more data, do more analysis for the next budget cycle, so that when we look at this table could look different. We subject to maybe additional analysis driving the changes in this table. Is that what we're talking about? Does that make sense?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And whether it's this board or the next one.
Or the next one, yeah, but
They just need to agree on who's bringing that data back and that it will be trusted. Whatever shows up, it's going to be trusted.
It's going to have to be outside experts. I mean, no disrespect to Mr. Shoemaker. He's got a lot to do, but we want a PE at the signature on the bottom of
Director
that
Farrell, why
evaluation.
don't why don't we ask you to think about this and whether you have the skill set internal to RA within your staff to do this? If not, then how would you want to go forward with this and bring somebody, professional engineering?
So very quickly, and I won't.
We don't have to get into solving the problem right now, but that's something that you must.
Just 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So there is a very distinct difference between a reserve study and what's called a condition assessment. If we were to pay someone to do a condition assessment for every asset in the association, it would be in the millions of dollars, because that's what it comes. There are plenty of firms that can do a condition assessment. I think the purpose for tonight is if pools start to show up in the 10-year average, and that's the driver of the 10-year average, and every year our budget is going to be driven by capital. That's where the money is, right? So I agree that taking a deeper look at the pools that will have to be replaced in the future is a good idea. There are firms that can do it. It will cost money, but I think it will be the right investment.
Well, I think
bring that back.
Yeah, Celeste, I would even suggest that maybe looking at the condition of the pools, maybe start with the oldest one. You can stagger them so that you can at least have a strategy going forward. That would be very helpful. So you don't have to do 15, well, not 15. We did 2 of them this year. So you don't have to.
We've done 6 over the last
6,
year.
okay, 6.
So we have 10 more.
You take 6 out, you got 9, but then out of the 9, I don't have to go through this, but you know what I'm talking about.
Got it.
So there's a way to do these things. So point is, we don't want to do anything on this right now. Let's get more data analysis and at least make a better educated decision. Sure. Does that make sense for everybody? Yes, Director.
Absolutely makes sense to have a plan for which pools we're gonna look at,
Right.
what timeline we're looking at, how we would go about it.
Sure. Yep. Okay.
Are we thinking that this conversation that has evolved would mesh with the Reston master plan for parks? Like, is this gonna be part of that? Or are we gonna treat it differently so that the two should talk to each other?
They should talk to each other. I think what we're saying tonight is that if we were to do some structural assessments of our pools, that would inform how we replace them moving forward, and that would be included in the parks plan.
And so,
Good point, though.
just wanna make sure the sequence is.
Yep, good point.
aligned. And then my second question is, are we then saying that the replacements costs that were reported in the reserve study are not valid? Or it'll typically, because I'm hearing timing is the discrepancy of when we do these things, but I just wanna know, does the timing, whatever's wrong with these pools, change the costs? Because these costs have now provided the suggested 10-year average.
So I don't think we have an issue, unless you disagree with me, with the costs that were provided in the reserve study.
Okay.
I think it's actually one of the best things we get from the reserve study, so that we're not doing this work ourselves. But the timing and where they land, I think is something we can take a better look at.
So dollar amounts, we should still use it as a guidepost, no?
Well,
I mean, I'm looking at slide 6 of the reserve study presentation from the board packet of August 21st. So I just want to make sure that as I'm interpreting all this conversation, is the replacement cost something that we are also disagreeing on? Not just the sequence of when we do these pools and how many, to Lori's point of, is it 2 that we close down? Is it 1?
Mr. President, to answer Director Sanders' question, you might want to look at that number and then say, how much did it cost to Thoreau? Thoreau didn't cost anything like those numbers. Now, I got the idea that, you know, you've got to allow for inflation, but even allowing for inflation, those numbers are aggressive.
Director Jester.
Two comments, one to follow up on Director Santa. The way that the reserve study evaluated or looked at pools was different this round than it has been in the past, where they looked at replacement dates based on and applied the cost for that year for each single item within a pool.
Right.
This time they looked at the whole pool structure. And I would say that, you know, the costs are the costs and we have to rely on something and they certainly have the expertise, the company that did it. But I'm not sure that we literally have ever replaced a pool and every single line item gadget within that pool.
Right.
I mean, even at Thoreau, we didn't replace the big chunk of the bathhouse. So I would say that they're probably a little bit inflated because a staff will probably come back and say, well, we need to replace these 92 things, but not these 8 other things, right? That are on, because they're literally 100
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
items.
Yep.
So I think the reserve study from that aspect is probably a little bit inflated for pool costs.
So another technical question, when we come back, when these pools should be replaced based on the structure of them, is that at the same time where you'll come back to the board and these are the actual numbers for replacing the pools?
So what we can do, because this was just meant to be an overview, and Director Juszczyk is right. These are what they call in the reserve study complex replacements.
Yeah.
So we can come back with the pool, the bathhouse, the pump room. Break it out if you'd like and make it more of a menu option. We can definitely do that.
Well, I don't want to pick what gets replaced. I just want the totality number of the pool.
Okay.
Like, I guess I would say like, just like we do the budget, this is version 1. Can I just see version 2 of the
That's about-
replacement cost?
Sure.
So I think when you do the assessment, how you want to go about, when you do your plan, my guess is that these numbers will change.
They may,
Always.
they may.
They may.
That's a politician.
We're gonna take a bet here that.
No reason.
Yes.
So my second comment is for any future board member that might be watching a tape years from now. Because, you know, it got out there among the membership that we had to redo Lake Thoreau because it was gonna fall into the lake. Staff brought to the board multiple years before Lake Thoreau got approved for construction that we needed to do a new construction of Lake Thoreau. And it got punted. And then the community got frustrated because they were hearing about it and they saw the board punting it. I would just say for, again, any future board member, when the staff say that we need to replace a pool, the board
Listen to
needs
them.
to take it seriously and they need to start that planning then.
Agreed.
Because it waited 4 or 5 years and then it became, we had to close it before we even had a plan to replace it.
Agreed.
And it lengthened the closing years.
Thank you. Yeah.
President, and in fairness to staff and to address Director Santa, until you do the condition assessment, it's really hard to come up with a number.
Yeah. That's why-
And I wouldn't,
That's why
I wouldn't ask staff to come up with a number without that assessment. And so to me, the process that makes sense here is put money in for outside assessments. Right, now, I don't care how many pools you do, because it's not gonna be $1 billion. And do some, and then come back to us and say, here's what makes sense and here's what, and then we can start looking at numbers that aren't quite as aggressive as the reserve study was.
Mr. Look, is that clear? Do you understand?
I'm good.
We're talking about a plan for,
Very clear.
to think about for the next budget cycle, so to bring back additional information data so that the board, this board or the future boards can assess and make a decision. Sure. Is that clear?
And the cost of that is, to some extent, will have to be included for the budget.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course. Yeah. Good, thank you. Any other questions for Chris? Great, Chris, thank you very much. I believe Laura's next.
Yep, so moving on to pool operations. If you went through the presentation, you saw that there were some major topical areas. We all know that pool hours are a very hot topic here. How long they're open, when they're open, how they're open, where they're open. So we're here to sort of address all of those questions. This group has spent hours with me preparing for this, so they're ready for this to be over, I think. But you know, we're here to talk about how we open pools or keep them open before school starts and how we put the schedule together and things of that nature. So I'm going to turn it over to the team and we're ready to go.
Laura, over to you, and please introduce again for the board, that really appreciate all the work that you guys do and name tag.
It's not often that we get to share, so this is Laura Catrona. She's our aquatics program manager, and she's been with us for 8 years, yes. So programs, activities, staffing, lots of other things that I'm forgetting, recruitment and general operations as well. And then Nate Wheeler is our aquatics facility manager. Day-to-day operations on site, if there's a cool down, if there's a on site, if there are emergencies, these two are involved in the emergency action plan as well. So we're really here to answer any questions. Same with Chris. I'm happy to go through some of these slides, but if you have watched it and you'd like us to just answer questions.
Let me,
Yeah.
if I may, let me start with one just general observation. Looking at the big table from 2014 to 2024, couldn't help but notice that there seems to be a declining trend on the numbers, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 pools. Mainly I see the Newport kind of stands out at about 19,000, 20,000. And forget 2020 because that was COVID, and you know those numbers don't mean anything.
This is slide 15.
Yeah. I was curious if you have any any insight as to what might have caused that? I know it's a complex thing because you've got hours, you've got season changing, the school year and all these other things, but anything.
I think that when you think about the major influences on the pool schedule, it's the number of hours that are scheduled, number of staff that are available to work. And then there's also other factors that are baked in. So if you actually look at slide 16. Sorry. You just have it out.
Pool operations.
Yeah, it's the one right after this one. It looks like. It's open hours timeline.
So slide 13.
Yeah.
If you take a look at that slide, so this shows the major impacts to those scheduled years. So 2016 was the first year that we spoke about reducing the operational hours related to staffing. And then that following season, the days were reduced to 2 closed days per week, not every single pool, but a majority of them. And then in 2017, the board of directors at the time needed to make a budget adjustment. And so they asked the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee to come and to assess the facility by reducing that schedule by a certain amount. And so you can see where these all will tie into the actual usage of operations are reduced. And then we have a permanent change, which is Fairfax County changed the pool schedule. So long are gone now are the Memorial Day to Labor Day. And school going back is they're going back August 18th of 2025. So that sounds very early. So that means that that schedule has changed and hours reduced there. So those are the primary influences. I hope that answers your question there.
Yeah.
There are also other smaller usage changes that just sort of the ebb and flow of different facilities. As pools are renovated, there's a draw towards others.
Right.
Those kinds of things.
Yeah. So that there was one year with, actually this year, we're looking at 15 pools and.
Yes.
In 1 year, there were 2 pools, let's see, 13 pools and then 12 pools. And just for what it's worth, Director Johnson says, I know you and I love data and playing with data. I was just doing an average on these numbers that I see, just a raw, simple average. And per pool, it's like the average number, depending on the number of available pools, whether it was 12 in 1 year, 13 in 1 year, and 15 in 2024. The number is kind of about the same. It's 530 to 540, and it just does a little bit of about. But just looking at that slide number 15, it's just I noticed that there's a dip, and then some of them pick up. It's interesting to see that Shadowwood numbers just jumped, and we know why.
Right, we know why. And you would have seen this
Yeah.
with the previous renovations at Dogwood, Uplands, Hunter Fields, we saw that same.
Okay.
Can you remind me, so if we're looking at slide 11, the 2024 proposed pool operating budget was 2.349, is that correct? That's a proposed. Okay.
That was the adopted budget, of 20.
That was the proposed budget, right?
No, 2024 is what we adopted for this year.
Sure, the adopted budget, the actual then was 6K over, or was it just the actual that we hit for 24?
Say that again?
So this is the budget number, 2.3 is the budget number that the board adopted, expecting going in, we need 15 pools open, this is what it's gonna cost.
Yes,
Our actual number
was
that we hit,
more than that.
do you remember how much more? I know this is more of an ed question, I think,
It
but
is, but 500 to,
So we were about 400K over for 2024. Few reasons for that. Like
Got the reason.
all those, okay.
want to make sure that we've accounted for enough of an increase in 2025. Given what our actual was in 2024 and how much, and I feel like we're asking more of the aquatics team this year going in. And we're only giving you a 100K to 150K buffer actuals this year. So that's what I just want to make sure that
Yes.
we're doing enough there that we shouldn't be another 100K, potentially 150K more in proposed budget for 25.
Yes, and those primary drivers are additional maintenance funding, the additional hours, adjustments or truing up those staffing hours. And then a likely increase to salary of $1 is also included.
Let me ask it another way. Do you feel pressured to keep that number low? For the board to view more favorably, or if you had your ideal situation, would you have that number for our proposed budget to be 3.1, 3.2?
For the schedule that we're working with the operation, with that schedule, the amount of staff that's required for that schedule, we feel pretty good. If you're asking if we would say increase to $19 an hour per staff, I'm sure that my friends here would say absolutely. And then if, there are any adjustments or additional hours that would be recommended to increase for next year, we would need more.
I would just add, Director Brywatch, that this has been a full staff effort from Ed, me, his team. This is scrubbed and scrubbed. So I appreciate that question, but we feel confident.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Any other questions? Yes, Director Johnson.
What recommendations would you have to get the total hours open with 15 pools in operation up to previous years? And is that even necessary? And but this is a piled on question, so I'm gonna stack this. If you do think it's necessary, why? And if you don't, same question. Now I'm done.
All right. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. So what we look at are a variety of things. So last year, including the community survey. So being responsive to the community survey, responsive to member requests, that's really what is driving the additional requests in hours. If we were hearing or we saw a very low usage, then we may be recommending that we don't need to delete or eliminate certain hours at certain facilities. But where we are right now with the information we received from the community survey, we're not exceeding those expectations. We're working towards achieving those. So I would say that the need that we heard based on the community feedback was add additional hours at these different districts, these different facilities, and then we broke it down into 5 different hours of operation time slots, so early morning until the evening. And so we took a look at that, and that's where those additional 400 hours came from to be responsive to the survey. We're not fully responsive, but we are working towards getting there. That helps.
Sort of. So I see, for instance, I'm looking at slide 13. Total hours open is 11,612 for 2014. And it looked like, there were about a week and a half when Lake Newport was closed. And then this year, all 15 pools are open and we've got about 3,000 hours fewer open. So I guess my question is, what do we have to do to regain, the length of hours so we can maximize the amount of time that residents can use the pools?
So
And I'm done.
Okay.
I think what he might be asking is, what if we didn't close some pools 2 days a week and some were only closed 1 day a week?
That wasn't what I was asking.
But it might add more hours, is what I'm saying, right? It would add more hours that were open.
It could, that's what I'm asking is, what are your recommendations broadly for what we have to do to increase the hours so we can maximize the amount of time that residents can use the pools?
So I think the next, we took the initial recommendations and added those 400 hours. So what are we hearing next? We're hearing what Pete just said is, we have 2 days that are closed to some facilities. We would like for that to be 1. We had some comments at other facilities related to water fitness hours versus open swim hours. So all that information is taken into account. We have that we need to get to a spot where we are open until school goes back in session at all facilities rather than just the few that we have. So in order, where we need to go is to increase the number of facilities that are open during that time. And that's actually baked into this schedule, not all 15 pools, but some pools. And the goal would be then in future years to continue going until we have all the resources available to fully be operational until that time. What am I missing? Just talking now.
That's good. It's
Yeah.
just that we can't create more hours without those days.
The permanent, the Fairfax County School change, going back early really does impact. So going back to 2014 with that 11,000 hours, we may not be able to achieve that with that permanent change. But as you can see, we have been working our way back up. We're not quite at 2018 and we're definitely not at 9,000, but we are making some strides. And that will be a combination of resource, well, just all the resources that go.
That Fairfax County School thing really makes sense, thank you.
Yeah, how many weeks of summer were lost from this? Just 2, 3?
Depends on the year.
Yeah, correct. Some
You know,
years it's 2 weeks, some years it's 3 weeks.
Right, Labor Day, sometimes it's the 8th of September, so there's a week, okay? And when are the schools reopening this year? 2025. In August, the 18th, so there's 3 weeks right there. But it varies, it jumps back and forth. Thank you.
Any other, Director Farrell?
I did, but I don't know if there was anything else you wanted, anybody else wanted to?
Anybody else have any questions?
Did you? Sorry, go ahead.
Just, back, I know you guys are working on the schedule for next year. So fitness hours. I'd like to see if you can think about changing fitness hours so there's no age requirement related to it. Because we do have kids that use the pools for fitness. And as long as, from my perspective, as long as they're in a lane and they're using it for fitness, I don't care if they're 4 years old or 52 years old, or I don't think it should matter as long as the pool's being used for fitness. There shouldn't be an age limitation on it. And I've seen that at other pools in the area, and I think that it's worked well. But I think it might be worth trying. And then if it doesn't work well, then we can always adjust again. But I heard a lot of complaints.
Which one is it? Or what is the age cut?
16, isn't it? Or 15. We have a lot of kids that do swim team, right? They're really good swimmers and they actually do need the practice, but they don't necessarily meet the age requirements for fitness hours. I would love to have some type of ballpark figure to get back to the 11,000 hours. Or around about 11,000 hours. We're at 8 now, we're at 11. I think we made a mistake when we reduced the pool schedule in 2016. And I remember when it happened, and I was at all the meetings in which it happened, and it became a budget saver. It was not about members not wanting the pools to be open then. It was very much about a dollar and cents decision. And I think that it is, we've now tried it for several years at this lower amount of hours. And it's time for us to get back to evaluating whether that was a good decision or not. But I think that people want to use the pools. And, if you take a look at those years in which we had the, 11,000 hours, we were getting around 150,000 visits. We've reduced it to 8,000 hours, and this year we have 136,000 visits. Right, like that doesn't mean that people don't want to use the pools. They are using the pools.
That's also 3 weeks less of summer. Please don't use that.
No.
And the 2 days, and Mr. Lusk is very well aware, because I have showed him the schedule, I think maybe his second week of work, of how frustrated I was at the changes. And that was not driven by staff and it was not driven by members, it was driven as a money decision. So before we get there though, I think at some point, and it doesn't have to be soon, just having that ballpark figure of what, in today's dollars, what are we looking at? Is it super significant? Or are we spending too much time on something that's not significant enough for us to change? I would love to see the pools open from Memorial Day to Labor Day. I don't care what Fairfax County's school schedule is. I think that there are members that will use the pools. And I know, I understand the guard shortage. We might need to get creative with the guard shortage issues. But I'd love to see all 15 pools open from Memorial Day to Labor Day. It is a very expensive amenity that we maintain. It is a limited amount of time during the summer that they can be used. And I believe we should be maximizing the amount of time that we use them. Those are my main comments. The other comments that I have are related to the extra additional requests in the budget for maintenance of the facility. So are we covering that during this, or is that another?
This is the time,
So this is the time, okay. So on maintenance of the facilities, I know that we're increasing for this year, the amount of money. Could you use more? We've heard a lot of questions over this budget season related to why is the pool in the bathhouse, or why is the floor in the bathhouse not, maintained, or why, just maintenance type issues. And Wrestling Association is known for our stellar upkeep of our facilities. And so I'm wondering is it a budget issue? Is it a manpower issue? Is it, the amount of time that we have to get things done in the spring season to lead up to that? Because I'd love to see us shine in that area more than we are now, because I know it's not in our core. And then the last thing that I have is I think it's time to update our pool, I guess you call it equipment, but
furniture.
Our furniture. I've made that comment before. I think we might be living in the 90s, and I'd love to and I'd love to reinvent or look at what does modern pool furniture look like, and what would a plan in the future look like to modernize our furniture.
So I'm gonna say one thing in terms of Nate. So when we met with Pete about the maintenance items, he asked a lot of those same questions. So that's where the additional maintenance funding did go in for some of the things like furniture and just general improvement, so that we have the dollars to be able to facilitate that.
So, the first question was, do we have enough money? I mean, we could use $10 million. So there is that.
Let me check my pockets.
Yeah. The manpower and time is also in there as well, but yeah, money's a big issue. Like Laura said, as far as the pool furniture, you saw it like throw. Maybe a North Shore, the new umbrellas, it's kind of stepping in. So it's stuff that we're thinking about and we're doing.
The furniture is a good example, because if we've had places where we needed to stay within the budget and pull back, a lot of times we would start with things like that. It's functional, it's there. But if we had something that was unplanned, where within the line items would we have to go? And unfortunately, pool furniture has been one of the places
That ones, yeah. And I've also noticed like our bathhouses, and this is more to the construction side, our bathhouses are really where we keep that furniture over the winter months. And those are not necessarily enclosed. And maybe that's something from a construction perspective. You know, if we need an enclosed place in order to keep that nicer furniture secure and out of the weather or out of the elements, certainly open to working with your counterpart over and capital budgets to maybe think about that for the future as well.
In the pool renovation.
But even like a cushion on a chair, totally welcome. Love a cushion on a chair.
All right, sounds good.
So the message is bring it up to 2024,
But yeah.
2025.
But not, yeah, and I'm not talking short term, but
Yeah.
You know, I might have to disagree with the furniture thing because I enjoy the mid-90s Taco Bell. What I got right now, so.
Marks on your skin.
Exactly.
It's part of the-
You know, it makes your tan look different, gets a grill mark.
Would you like to go back to the 50s?
No, I'm good with the 90s. I'm good with that. I don't need to make my pool's.
Just, David, please.
2 seconds on the maintenance funding. So to me, the most important number or metric that we have in aquatics is hours that we're down due to maintenance. And when that number is at 0, that means we're doing what we're supposed to do. A lot of you will remember the autumn wood situation from my very first summer. We weren't quite sure what to do. We ended up getting it fixed and it was a long-term fix, but the pool was closed for a long time. So Nate and I have had many conversations. What does that number need to be so we can avoid those situations? So just, that is to me, the most important pool metric. So I wanted to put that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Jordan.
Thank you. Director Justice, are you?
I'm done.
Thank you. Dr. Farrell?
So
It seemed like Nate was starting to say something and we,
I'm sorry, Nate.
did we
Did I
cut you off?
No,
Go ahead.
All right.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
Hours going to be your mind.
I've got all kinds.
Yeah.
Just go.
So, Director Perry raised this issue and when I looked at it, I went, wow, this is not right. And that's that all the pools south of the toll road, except for Shadowwood, are closed 2 days a week. And all the pools north of the toll road were only closed 1 day a week. That's not acceptable.
Right, so I think, Laura, did you say that this is something that you're looking into? Sorry, just wanted to confirm it.
My point is, if you're trying to increase hours, Director Johnson, closing the pools 2 days a week is, eliminating the closure.
Could not agree more. And from a personal standpoint, my daughter and her friends more than once this summer were curtailed from using the pool for that very.
For exactly that. And it doesn't make any sense to me because more of the members live south of the toll road than live north of the toll road. Okay, you just look at the numbers. That's where our people live, and yet we're taking all of their pools away twice a week. I can't vote for a budget that does that.
And do you know the age demographics? Are there more kids south of the toll road?
Yes. So, I mean, when I saw that, and Director Perry deserves all the credit for pointing it out, when I saw it, I went, what? Doesn't make any sense. In truth, I don't understand why I can imagine that closing a pool once a week for maintenance might make sense, but for a whole day, I don't get that. I know people who have other organizations that have pools, other homeowners associations that have pools, condos and swim clubs. They're not closing their pools once a week. And so I don't get it. And I'm not really interested in hearing about, well, we have to close the pools because we don't have the lifeguards. I've said it before here. Now, this will be the 4th meeting I've said this. Other organizations, pool management companies don't have this in their contract. And they're managing dozens of pools. There are at least 5 or 6 pool management companies that I'm aware of in the metropolitan area. And they're not closing their pools because they don't have lifeguards.
Isn't it true that Pete looked into this and outsourcing?
No, that's the J2 program. I haven't seen that memo yet. There are other solutions.
He did look into it. It's in the
Previous presentation.
Yep.
He looked into it. I'd love for Pete to jump in, but I do believe that outside of the visa program, which is sort of. the-
Different bucket. Yep, different.
Like, you have said that it's actually not a money saver. And they would be still recruiting the same talent that we have.
Right.
There's no new talent. We can't just create new lifeguards.
So to Director Farrell's point, he's never presented it as a money saver, correct?
Not at all.
That's right. So I just want to make sure.
This is a member service
That's
issue.
right.
Right.
So we've looked into pool management companies. We've been talking to them. There's, I think, two important points. Director Santa is right. They're typically going to be using the same pool of lifeguards that we are, kids that may have to go back to college. The second, and I think this is maybe more important, if we were to contract with a pool management company, and my friend has not, we've not had this discussion, but we may become, as Nate described it, renters to our own facilities. And if we are contracting with someone else and we're calling them for all things and it doesn't go through this team, we may lose time, we may lose service. So I'm not disagreeing that there may be other options. We're looking into adult lifeguards, I think, for the first time, which is, I think, could help us out. So we are after any and all avenues. I am, as you are, concerned about the service to our membership. So if we were to take, let's say, Lake Newport and contract it out to someone else, if we call them and they say it's 3 to 4 days until we can fix this issue, I think we have a problem. But we are on it. We have heard you.
And that suggestion, by the way, came from a member of our finance committee. Okay, that wasn't a John Farrell invention. My point to Director Santa is we cannot allow our members to be deprived the use of the pool because we haven't solved the lifeguard issue.
Well, I agree.
That's all I'm trying to get to.
I'm sure that you're clear on that staff has done the work and looking into it. That was my point.
So
If I may jump.
if we don't have an answer, we need to keep keep doing it to come up with an answer. That I have one.
Director Farrell, I think she
Laura
wants.
wanted to speak.
Go right ahead.
Go ahead.
But, so when we're talking about the number of lifeguards for the 1 and 2 closed day, that is during a season where we do have ample staff. And that's a time, that's really a scheduling issue. So you saw in your packets about the information on rentals. And so we are scheduling activities during those days that are closed. Some are maintenance, some are programming, some are a camp program, and others are just other activities. So being, we heard be responsive and open the facilities for an additional day. Those pools that are closed for 2 days, not all pools are closed, and so we are able to do that. That piece is not a staffing issue, that is a funding issue.
No, you covered it. We really want to be responsive to just have the one, closed day and rework the schedule.
So that I want to associate myself with what Director Juszek said about being open through Labor Day. And I'm looking at slide 22, where we're saying that during season 3, we extend by 1 week for some additional pools to remain open until the Friday before the Fairfax County schools close. Is that because the pools are open on Saturday and Sunday anyway?
The reason it goes through Friday is because typically we see staff drop off that weekend before school starts, just to get ready for school on Monday. So our comfort level with staff is to extend through the Friday before school starts, rather than the Sunday before school starts.
I don't
That
like,
doesn't mean that all facilities would be, there would be facilities open, but not all. In this year.
I hope that, I hope we try to. I don't want to get the phone calls. I'm just tired of getting phone calls. I just might feel close.
Turn it off.
Yeah, right.
Maybe we ask how much it would cost
Yeah.
to keep us open through, you want Fairfax County School?
I
open
was gonna
or
get,
Labor
I was gonna get there. At the very least, open through the first day of school, at the very least. Regarding the 3 weeks between when school opens and Labor Day. And we do this now, on the 3 or 4 pools that we keep open is we open them at 4. And somebody explained to me why we can't open the pools at 4 during those 3 weeks between when school starts and when, because it's pretty warm those 3 weeks. I mean, we've had some years that those 3 weeks have been the hottest 3 weeks of the year.
Just so we can be clear, I think the explanation is staff does not feel comfortable, doesn't mean it can't be done. Comfortable means that they will probably get a lot of calls from our lifeguards that just call in sick, right? Like, I don't want to be here, so they don't show up to work.
And
We have it
close
open on the schedule and then we still have to close it anyway. That's the explanation. You said somebody explained it to me?
I'm talking about, I'm looking at this in the context of the budget. And wanting to know that we've got enough money in there in the budget.
Money doesn't solve.
If I may.
That's an operational evaluation. And so, yeah,
Is this, you have something related to?
Yeah.
Okay. Director Carl, do you mind?
happy to have.
Thank you.
I think that we need to look at a broader pool. Sorry for the pun. But in terms of the recruitment sources for lifeguards. When I was growing up, there was a lake and there were lifeguards, and many of them were college students, not high school students, college students. And they stayed till Labor Day when the facilities were open, because college doesn't start until later.
And college starts early.
Not anymore.
Sooner now.
Even so, we are near some
Several
colleges which would allow them to work part-time in the afternoons, close enough that they could commute and do it. I don't know whether that is a pool that has been looked at as a source of recruitment. Another source of recruitment could be older people.
Yeah, the
So
master's
they
teams.
mentioned that, yeah.
And residents here.
Okay.
I think your father,
Yeah.
who attended one of
I
the
have some special sessions.
sessions, he's an excellent swimmer.
Over
So I
to
do want to call attention to the recruitment and to the retention rate and how that has increased greatly. And that's really a testament to
It
the
is.
here. And I think along with our new Human Resources Director, the team has already had multiple conversations about challenges and opportunities to work towards that. And we spoke about the expanding our broader reach to recruit lifeguards. And want to talk about the certification of change.
Oh, so we are moving, we've been doing for a few years, the reimbursement for the lifeguard certification. So we're gonna move to a model now where once they complete the hiring process, that reimbursement is going to them instead of waiting till the end of the season for that to happen. So we feel that that's gonna be a great strategy for us. Just offering it at the charge has been great as well, but in my conversations with our HR director, she does have some ideas for different platforms that maybe we haven't, reached out to yet to recruit lifeguards. So we are committed to.
That's great.
Trying.
That is really, that's really important, yeah.
Thank you.
So, I don't understand the item on page 30 about the international program. I thought it was J2, not J1, and maybe they're two different programs. I don't know. But I do know that there are pools in the metropolitan area that are open through the end of September, and they're being staffed with J2 lifeguards, and they're older.
Yeah, it's a status.
It's a visa program, and they're older, and it's too late now. I'd take you over and introduce you to the pool management company.
So Director, I'm sorry, Mr. Lusk, you and I had a conversation, and since I'm familiar a little bit enough to be dangerous about these visa status based on my past experience and work where I worked and so on. Would you like to comment?
Just a couple
Because I think
thoughts.
there are some issues that have to be looked at there.
And Nate can weigh in too, because he's personally done this in a previous life. So just some things that are out there on the program. So there is a thought that you have to provide housing. You don't have to provide housing. The programs that do offer housing are more attractive to those who would come over because you need a place to live. I personally have some concerns with the management of the staff. You are responsible if they get sick, if they get hurt, if they get drunk and they're in a bar fight. Those are all things that could come back to the association. We will need someone to wrangle the program. I don't think anyone on staff can actually manage it. I think we may need to bring someone in or at least an external vendor, which is additional cost. Not to say that that's the barrier. But what I would like to do is say, if you can allow us to use these additional methods that we're looking at, college students, Erwin and I have talked about that 100 times, adults we've talked about. If we come back for 20 at the end of 25 and say those were not successful, then I think we could continue to look into this. But we have done our diligence. We know what's out there. We are likely probably too late for 25 anyway, but okay.
So
I don't want to beat it to death.
So my last point is, my only difference with Director Juszczyk's preferences is I would be happy for those 3 weeks between the opening of school and Labor Day if we just had the pools open from 4 to 7, from when they get out of school. I think dismissal is later than 4. I think dismissal for the elementary kids is 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm, if you want to make it 5 to 8.
So I think, yeah.
No.
I think, yeah, so I think for Laura and Pete and stuff, I think, let me just summarize. I think what you're hearing is really higher level stuff. Look at the pool hours and look at the times and the dates. It's very important for the community. We've all been hearing about those, as you know, Laura, why 2 days off, why fitness takes over this for, half a day. Those are the things that you guys need to look at and be responsive to the comments that we're providing as a board to you. And look at them and come back and tell us what the impacts are and how you're gonna fix those.
I had one more thing. One piece of input that I got is that somehow the fitness hours were being interpreted as an adults only hour.
That's
And that's kind of
That's what-
what you were making.
right.
But it was more than that. It was adults, not 16, not 15, adults. And then 3 adults are just lounging around.
Yes, I have.
And it's like,
Yes, I was.
come on. They're not doing laps. They're
John,
just soaking it
people
in.
send me pictures of the pool walking by saying there are 3 people sitting there, they might as well be drinking martinis and so on. That's not fitness. And my question, my comeback was, give them some martinis, that could be real fitness.
Well, we'd have to, Mr. Champ will be checking our drink shop by
Anyway,
insurance.
thank you.
But yeah, that was the only thing is, I think we need to be more careful with creating fitness only hours and making it clear that it's not adult only hours.
Is that clear for you guys? Okay, Mr. Lusk.
So just to wrap this up, so on a timeline perspective, so budget 2 gets released tomorrow, big day. Obviously, we can't take these edits and put them in budget 2.
26.
Right, the fiscal committee meeting is next Wednesday, so I think what I'm hearing is perhaps there's a menu of options we can bring for the 24th. For maybe the board to consider as part of the budget 2 conversation.
Yep.
That makes sense to me.
Is that, okay, good, thank you.
And just
Yes.
one quick comment, through my husband, who's an avid older swimmer. I think that among the community of older swimmers, the responsiveness to their concerns is something that they really appreciate. And so continue to get praise for taking their needs into consideration.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Or I just wanted to hear what direction you may be going on. This relates to the slide about 24, the non-resting based organizations, are all youth related organizations asking for pool hours. Are you going to accommodate them in the new pool schedule, or what is the plan forward for those organizations?
We want to prioritize the open hours for members first and foremost always.
Good answer.
The second priority would be the resident-based organizations. Which
Good
is
answer again.
listed on the second, the following slide. And then third would be the non-resident-based organizations. If they can fit, if they can fit with what we have to offer.
3 good answers.
Thank you, sir. Then we would rent them the time.
Yeah, like those
If
very
not,
early
then-
morning hours. that's-
Right, right.
And then I wanted to ask a question about the non-member fee. So do you guys believe you've reached price sensitivity where once our member fee goes up, non-member fee is gonna go up again? That there will be less folks who will be using the pool? Non-members, meaning less money coming in? That
The answer is yes.
the answer is yes.
Obviously.
I'd just like to note, because I asked staff to pull this, just in case people are curious, Lake Thoreau is the Lake Newport is the #1 pool used by non-members. There were approximately over 1,000 people that use that pool.
Because
Because it's a big pool. No, I just want to make that known and noted. And so I want to ask my peers, do we feel comfortable with the value system of our dues for non-members are going to go up? Like, right, because obviously the conversation I'm hearing is our member fee dues are gonna go up.
You're gonna be the exact same as our.
It's our assessment.
Right. Do we care that we are now losing those people and that revenue, considering that we are not at 2016 levels and the usage is still of the pools? So the pools aren't at full capacity, meaning other people could use it, non-members. And I'm wondering, do we care at all as a board that we may lose those people because they may not pay the higher non-member fee? That's
President. So you're talking about the $28,000 of revenue that the non-members have, are we talking about the 28?
Non-member membership fee, the non-member recreation
I know,
pass fee.
but
And it.
what amounted to the 28K of revenue that you got?
No.
Two different things.
Two different things.
Two different
Yeah.
things.
Thank you.
So
So what did
we
that
have
amount?
seen a decline in when the
Give me a second.
price
I
was
memorize.
increased for non-residents, we did see a decline in the number of non-resident pass packages that we sold. And we do think that we will continue to see, we did look at the number of new versus renewing passes. And remember, this is pools, pickleball and tennis. And there are different packages for each one, but we do think that based on the number of renewals and the comments that we've received from non-members on the pass fee, that we will continue to see a decline in that revenue line item.
Mr. President. Yes.
I just want to make sure that we're clear in the difference between the count going down. It's
And the
not the revenue going down.
Right,
Because the revenue is increasing because the price is increasing.
That's right, that's right.
So it's not that we're losing or making less
Thank you.
revenue than we have any previous year. We're actually making more.
That's where I was going with that.
But not what we
Thank you.
budget, but not what we budgeted.
So we did lose in some recreation pass non-member categories, we did lose what we budgeted to. So we did not make or meet the goal for that revenue for this year. So taking a look at the trend and budgeting appropriately for a new price, we hopefully would meet that revenue, as Jennifer just checked us.
Go ahead. I'm
Well, no,
sorry.
I just want to say, the usage by RA members of the pools increased because they weren't having to pay separately for those
Yeah,
pool
correct,
passes.
Yeah.
And I think we might continue to see another increase next year as people are taking that into their planning for the summer. And so making our pools more available for our members is a valid reason to forego some of those non-member pass purchases.
So, Director Sandor, you weren't here last year when we were having this philosophical discussion about non-member.
I watched the video, so.
Thank you.
So we can skip.
So then, So the point was, we were getting a lot of negative feedback. Why should non-members pay less to use our facilities?
Right, we
Then-
were
then-
calling them.
And we're effectively subsidizing
Right.
the 3,000 people who live in the TSA. And I don't know, I don't think there was a dissenting voice on this board that said, we're not doing that.
No.
I dissented about as hard as I've
Okay.
dissented on any motion that we made.
Okay, one dissent.
There was-
There was more than one. I definitely watched it, so, but keep going.
Anyway,
But, I don't, fine,
The conversation went down during that meeting was, I don't care if they pay $1,000. That's what you said. Then somebody was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Then somebody said, why don't we split this under 2 years so they don't feel the pain? Why don't we just arbitrarily shoot for 15%? So there was no market assessment of the fair value of what should be paid. We randomly just threw out numbers.
It wasn't-
because somebody had the authority to say, I want this to be as expensive as possible because I don't care. And now I'm trying to raise the conversation, which is, at what point will the price sensitivity do we care about? Because I want to have that conversation, because the value that we are suggesting for that price tag is not fair market value. And the pool still can be used by both parties, members and non-members.
It's about the equity to our own members. And oh, by the way, it was the finance committee who brought the issue forward and said, it's not fair. It's not fair to ask our membership to subsidize non-members.
But we have,
And somebody can remind me what the vote was.
I remember the vote. It doesn't matter, it passed, but let's be clear. What you guys were arguing then was, whoa, those guys are only paying less than $200. And we went from 200 to 800. So what I'm saying is, I agree that non-members should absolutely pay more. What I disagree with is the fact that we're saying it's 800 plus, and to me, that is not the fair market value.
700.
It was 700 this year.
And next year.
And next year it goes to the full amount.
It's really,
You're making my point.
Yeah.
So I want to have the conversation with this body, now that we took this out and we revisited history, and I would like to know, when would price sensitivity for this board be an issue? I know your position.
No. If that's the issue, no non-member fee, no non-member passes. Get rid of them. Because allowing non-members to use our facilities is an outlier among all HOAs.
okay.
You will not find a whole lot of other HOAs across the country that enable non-members to use their facilities. We're an outlier on that issue.
We're also successful.
I don't want to be flippant about this, but I do want to ask though, okay, what is the general, what's the effect of that? What's the point of, what's the negative of us being an outlier? Like, how are we?
We're subsidizing non-members. And we're giving non-members a disincentive to join. Why should I join? I get the use of the pools at a lower price by not being a member.
How can they join? I mean, if they're.
Tomorrow morning, they give a deed to Mr. Champ saying, I'd like to join RA. That's how they join.
One individual can, and I'm asking this question.
That's how they do it. They sign a deed.
Individual can do this. We can't do this where it requires a community to do this. A single individual can.
The single house can join.
Fair enough.
Single house can join.
What if they
So-
live in Vienna or Herndon?
I don't know that we sell a whole lot of people from Vienna and Herndon.
Well, if you remember, that was my point, because you sold one to me as a kid.
Understood.
The whole idea is that we either become an exclusive country club, or we become a neighborhood that has 15 pools, some of which have 3 people drinking martinis at any given moment, and we allow kids.
Did you taste it to find out?
So, yeah, there's, again, it's a philosophical, mine was not money driven, it was philosophical that we are not a country club. We are an inclusive community that has been open, and we are an outlier. to a vast majority of homeowners associations in this country, we're still functioning. We are actually viewed positively. We actually work, we make money, we're doing the right things. So changing that philosophy has been a mistake in my mind. This board took on 2 years ago, a year ago, and continues to pursue with our motion.
Dr. Jester, followed by you.
We still philosophically disagree. Apologize for that, but I agree. Our members pay for these amenities. They pay the capital costs for these amenities in addition to the annual, fees that these non-members are paying, and that's who gets to use the facilities. But my comment was really in the beginning, going back to Director Santa's question to the board, which was when are we disincentivized in increasing the pool fee? My answer would be when we stop collecting as much revenue as we did the year before we increased the pool fee. So we increased it this year. So in 2023, whatever we collected, when we drop below the actual dollar amount that we collected, then I would consider that.
You answered a question. That's what I wanted to answer. So that's
Thank you.
for you, that's your price.
That's your point, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Director
Well,
Plant.
no, I also wanted to just say, there were days this summer when pools were closed because they were at capacity. And so I think that for the members and residents of Reston Association, they should be the first ones who get an opportunity to use our pool. And the more we sell passes to non-residents, the more days we'll have when our own residents are not able to get into a pool when they want to. And so that's one of my other sensitivities as well, is that the Reston Association pools should be primarily for Reston Association members. And I don't mind that. I don't feel like an exclusive country club because of that, because Reston carries our own diversity, but part of it is geographic. People who live in Vienna can find pools in the Vienna area, and I stand by that, and so.
You have the last word.
Then cap the number of passes sold. If money isn't the issue, right? If we're not doing this based on revenue.
We're not selling to our members anymore. We're giving all members are.
No, cap the amount of non-member passes sold. Just cap them. Keep them at $400 and cap the amount sold, because we're not doing it as a revenue generator.
But how is that equitable?
Because you're keeping the numbers low so that your pools aren't overcrowded. The whole
But
point
for the
is,
402nd person who can't buy because the 400 have been already reached.
well, no one can
That's
buy
why
when it
it's-
gets to $1,000. That's the whole, like, you're doing it one way or the other. You're capping them.
So I don't find a numerical cap anymore
So,
or less.
ladies and gentlemen,
They'll keep paying.
Feeding a dead horse.
we've killed this horse to death. Let me suggest the following. You gave 3 good answers.
Let's get back to that.
Reston, and then others.
Right.
What I suggest is, in order to answer all the questions that have come up, specifically Director Santos' question, what is that price point, sensitivity, and so on? We can't really solve the problem here right now until you look at your numbers and tell us what you see. Give us some ideas, give us some information about what you see, what you propose. Bring that back next time. Once we have that in front of us, the board
We
members
have
will
those
have.
numbers. We already have, we already have.
We had them last year.
It's already in place, so like, it doesn't matter, like, I get Director Santos' point. It wasn't a well-crafted or thought-out motion. In my opinion, it was just arbitrarily put together.
The numbers were just.
To try to get it to just 800, or to get it to the even amount. It wasn't thought through from a business perspective. It wasn't thought through from a cap or numbers.
I'm gonna take, this is personal privilege. This was thought out as to how to get, and we talked about it ad infinitum. And we looked at the competitive pool fees in other pool clubs in the area. So to suggest it wasn't thought out is offensive, and I take exception to that. That's
Okay,
not how we
well,
conduct ourselves.
Let's, guys, folks, we've had enough discussion on this. Let's just put it to rest. Let us take a breather on this and we'll revisit this.
Can you
Okay.
just make sure, I like Jennifer's approach, when we hit that number, can you just come back and right
That's-
back at me? I just.
Thank you.
It's rational.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Okay.
Bravo, electronic scene.
Yes,
No, it's.
We didn't ask hard enough questions.
great. So we are now ready for our executive session.
No, we have
I'm sorry.
we have, resolution-
Resolution 14. correct.
resolution 14.
Let's- quick.
Well, I don't know.
All right.
We've had
Who's taking the lead on this?
I'll,
Is it council or is it?
Where's resolution?
Yeah.
this is about developer donations and setting a policy. It's in the consent agenda,
Yeah.
last page of consent agenda.
It's on page 15 of the.
I have it. Okay, so somebody had a comment or a correction or an edit or.
I had an edit, but I'm given to understand Director Flashman is not thrilled with it, so it may be that we postpone this to have Director Flashman and I work with
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
I think so, but if I might just state the suggested
Please do.
change. In the now therefore resolved, what I'm proposing is to take out the words accepted the association's request. Just take out those words and change it to agreed, so that it would read, a residential landowner who has not agreed to become part of the association. We have a policy that we have adopted that says that everybody in the TSA should join RA. That policy is already out there. I'm concerned with the current language effectively gives Wheeler a chance to say, oh, well, you didn't ask. I don't care whether we asked or not. Are they joining? It's real simple,
Agreed to become members.
and it's just simpler.
So Director Farrell, I take your suggestion to heart. I think it would be a fantastic idea just to resolve this. And
Let me work
for
with
this.
Let me work with Director
Please.
Flashman and see if we can come
Of
up with
course,
other.
and anybody else who has any comments?
Can I just have,
Let me get counsel first.
Before we deviate from this, I want to make sure particularly Director Juszczyk has buy-in, because I went word for the motion that was passed, and the motion was move direct staff create a policy which limits and eliminates donations from residential landowners who have not accepted Rest Association's request to become members. I don't have a problem changing it, as Director Farrell suggests, understanding that Irwin has other concerns. But before I deviate from the motion that was passed, I want to make sure this board is aware of it and this board has buy-in.
And all I'm saying is I would make that as an amendment. So that, sometimes we make motions on the.
Thank you.
Remind them that we had words.
So this will be an amendment.
This would be an amendment that I would suggest.
I just,
And I'm happy to defer this to a meeting, not the next meeting, because I won't be here. There's some meeting out for the future.
I just want to raise one issue, and that is, this comes about because, who was it, Wheeler? Who?
No,
gave-
UIA
No, EYA, who gave
gave us
money.
$300.
To the poor, small amount, relatively speaking, and then took advantage of it to advertise it.
Yep.
The issue isn't that he gave the money. The issue is that he advertised and took advantage of having given the money and tried to sell himself as being such a great guy or whatever. So the issue isn't the donation for me. It is something else. And that issue is not addressed by this.
Okay, so you will help us defer this until you get back.
But if they can't make the donation, then they can't brag about having made it. Right?
Oh, but you can
And I
also,
would not say who have not agreed to become members. Because they can agree and then fail to fulfill the requirements of membership.
Or once they agree,
Have not become members.
oh, you want to say it that way?
Yeah,
Would you be willing to work with?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
But I
Okay.
don't think the agreement itself is sufficient unless they.
You're
meet
saying
both
like
points.
unless there's a contract, like
Yeah.
something that's binding.
If you become a member, then you can give a donation. We'll accept your donation.
I'm fine with that. too.
Solution.
I'm fine with that too. Let's bring it back in
Yeah.
December or January.
I think January would be better.
January's fine. Can we bring it back to the January board meeting?
Thank you.
I'm going to ask a question, because I'm with Lori. Can I just get background since you made the motion? Why we need this?
I made the motion to make the argument that night stop, to be completely honest. I was trying to move us forward.
Because we had.
But the reason
Go ahead.
there was an issue is because of what Erwin said is we were receiving some donations, in particular, this one came up and they donated a very small sum of money. We've asked them to become members. They've said no. And then they kind of went out and acted like they were pro wrestling
supported
association and we
association.
supported them. And in actuality, they could have all of their residents as members. They're not really supporting us.
Were these the folks who took the pictures? And
Mhm.
Yeah.
They used it for their advertising.
Can I ask a question? And besides this, just because I need the context, what other dollar amounts have come in as a donation from non-members?
There was more than one, but it wasn't, it's not many.
The people who help pay for Winterfest,
Yeah.
that's an example. So we get other contributions to our events. But the issue here was just the hypocrisy of not affirmatively not joining RA, using pictures of RA facilities to market their facilities. It got worse. They even put in the telephone number of one of our employees in their marketing material. And then they wanted to give us this pittance. And the pushback that when I raised the issue, when I was then on the Friends of Reston board is, well, the board hasn't adopted a policy, we can take the money. And that was the board of directors of Friends of Reston saying, we're taking the money because the board hasn't adopted an issue.
Council.
As we are currently talking to a number of developers for joining. Could we maybe take this discussion offline and then just defer this?
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes,
Okay, I was just trying to get.
yes.
I can fill you in more.
Yeah.
If you want to give me a call tomorrow.
Okay, that'd be great.
Done. Thank you. We are ready for executive session. I propose a
Need a motion to defer. I
Move to defer item I,
January.
assessment and finance resolution 14, third-party donations to the first January Board of Directors meeting.
The board works.
Twenty 2025.
There's a second. Second. All those in favor? It's unanimous of all those present. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I motion that we move into executive session on contractual matters, personnel matters, and consultation with counsel.
Second. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. I suggest a 10 minute relaxation, meditation break.
Can we get the martinis?
Yeah,
I'm ordering it right now. Go for it. Okay.
We usually go to the close.
Just make sure you guys aren't.
But do you guys,
At the moment that
are
I
there
know.
any staff that are needed for any?
Well, we got
The following presentation contains information related to the operations and maintenance of the Reston Association pool inventory. Topics include capital improvement program, pool operations, the staffing model, rentals, and maintenance.
Hello, I'm Chris Shoemaker, Director of Capital Projects for Reston Association. Outline of those projects in the table to the right. This is an average of about one pool renovation every 5 years. And according to the last 2 renovations, the construction was approximately 14 months. Earlier this year, we performed an update to our 2019 reserve study. In this latest study, a total of 9 pools were identified for potential replacement in the next 20 years. These pools include Newbridge, Ridge Heights, Tall Oaks, GCI, Lake Audubon, Lake Newport, Autumnwood, North Shore, and North Hills. This averages to be about 1 pool renovation every 2 years. This schedule is based on condition assessments and industry trends of 50 years useful life for an outdoor commercial pool. Several pools were built around the same time, resulting in overlapping renovations. An example of this is Newbridge and Tall Oaks being within a year of each other. These renovations will be considered total and not partial due to long-evolved changes to building codes. An example of which is the Americans with Disability Act enacted in 1991. As a result of these code changes, comprehensive redesigns are anticipated. In conjunction with a replacement schedule in the reserve study is also an estimated cost of replacement. The table outlines the upcoming complex replacements in the next 20 years, and a complex includes the bathhouse, swimming pool, and other surrounding elements. These estimates are replacement costs and based on the 2024 reserve study and account for inflation over the years. These costs are based on like-for-like replacements and do not account for any updates or major modifications from existing. However, these schedules and costs will be refined by staff in the coming months, and which we'll talk about in the next slide. The reserve study is relatively simplistic in its funding scheduling. The reserve study segments pool replacements into 2 phases, an engineering and design phase and then construction. The engineering design phase comes a few years prior to the renovation to allow time for permitting and community engagement. However, the renovation is then lumped into a single year, which is standard practice for a reserve study. You can see in the table to the right a description of how the reserve study does it to the top, where in year 1, Pool A and Pool B could be designed, and then in year 4, both Pool A and Pool B are renovated. Staff are refining this project schedule and budget needs to meet a more realistic timeline. You can see this example in the bottom table, where Pool A design is covered over year 1 and year 2, and then renovation is done in year 3 and year 4. Then we start Pool B design in year 3 through up to year 5, and then renovations from year 6 and 7. Moving on from the reserve study, we'll now talk about other elements included within the upcoming capital improvement plan. Following the community survey, several comments were focused on the condition and functionality of our pool bathhouses. The solution to many of these comments is hamstrung by the building's construction and available space. Improvements will be made when possible to improve conditions until a later renovation can be performed. Some examples include new fixtures, finishes, and lighting. A few examples can be seen in the images to the right. Another comment that was heard from the community survey was downtime of pool facilities and general maintenance. The capital and aquatics teams are working together to evaluate ways to improve key infrastructure areas of our pools to improve reliability and reduce unexpected closures due to equipment failure. Some examples include complete versus partial rewiring of major electrical systems, shortening the intervals of replacement of high-wear equipment, and selecting products that support remote monitoring and operation to alert maintenance staff if there's a problem before it occurs. You can see examples of equipment replacements in the images to the right.
For the first time since 2019, all 15 Reston Association pools were open for use in the summer of 2024. With all pools open and the first season of recreation passes rolled into the member assessment, 24 was a case study for these new factors. This year's operations have indicated that an increase in aquatics funding is necessary to continue operating 15 pools with the hours that the facilities were open this year. A few of the drivers include lifeguard staffing, training, and maintenance funding. Open swim pool hours increased from 23 to 24 by about 1,000 hours. Open swim hours are available for recreation pass holders that are outlined in the pool schedule. The increase was driven mostly by the reopening of Lake Thoreau and Shadowwood pools, with an additional 400 hours added in response to the community survey findings. The pool's scheduled hours of operation continue to increase as successful recruitment strategies are implemented since the reduction of hours in 2016. The next slide provides similar information shown in a different way. This timeline shows the total hours of operation and major impacts to the schedule in that year. Of note, in 2016 to 2018, impacts were seen with the pool schedule reduction from 1 day to 2 days closed per week due to staff shortages. The Fairfax County school schedule was changed to start before Labor Day, causing a permanent reduction in hours moving forward, and hours continued to decline with COVID impacts, facility renovations, and repairs. Hours have begun to increase over the last 2 seasons, closer to what they were in 2018. Overall, usage has increased over last year by more than 33,500 visits. Usage is collected at the pool check-in desk by showing a recreation pass for each person visiting the facility. This increase is attributed to alignment with the community survey results to include recreation passes free for members enrolled into their assessment, an extension of pool hours, adjustments in the hours of operation within each district. It was also one of the hottest summers seen with several records broken. Usage is primarily members, with about 5% being non-recreation pass holders. Visits are also shown here by district with very similar numbers of visits in each one. Pool usage statistics for recreation pass holders for open and fitness hours is shown here by pool, district, and year. There is collaboration between an increase in visits for pools with a variety of amenities, the season length, and hours. Of note, both Lake Thoreau and Shadowwood pools recently renovated saw favorable increases over their last year of operation in 2019. As we look towards building the 2025 operational plan, we begin with guidelines and best practices from organizations which drive our staffing model and on-site operations. The Model Aquatic Health Code, brought to us by the Center for Disease Control, contains guidance using the latest science and best practices to help prevent injury and illness at aquatics facilities. It includes codes for building, training, and water quality. Locally, the Division of Environmental Health outlines regulations in the Water Recreation Facility Ordinance with Fairfax County. The purpose of this ordinance is to ensure pools are operated and maintained for public health and safety, issuing a permit annually. We have worked a close working relationship with Fairfax County Health Department. Our facilities are even used to help them with on-site training for their new health inspectors for this ordinance annually. Finally, we are an approved authorized provider for the American Red Cross. This means Reston Association is authorized to teach courses at facilities by trained instructors. The course reflects the latest techniques based on science and best practices for staff to handle water emergencies in and around the water. All are reviewed on an annual basis for any updates or changes that may be considered a new best practice or requirement for operations. Moving on to the staffing model, many of Reston Association pools are different shapes and sizes and require a different number of lifeguards to operate safely. Reston Association follows American Red Cross guidelines to determine the number of guards required to be on surveillance at each facility in order to maintain a safe swimming environment. Staff have conducted zone validation to check for blind spots and obstructions from the lifeguard chair. Response time testing was conducted using a number of different lifeguards to determine the amount of time it would take a lifeguard to respond to an emergency within their zone. This slide uses the example of Lake Newport Pool. The main stand is number 1. This guard can see the red and orange areas. With this size facility, the guard cannot safely see the areas in blue. Therefore, when anyone is in the deep end, a guard must be in the second stand. This guard, too, can see all of the blue and red area. It's typical to have overlapping zones. The number of people in the water and type of activity also influence and determine if the additional surveillance stands are needed. For example, Guard 3. Additional roaming staff may also be added for areas of need. Each pool is evaluated in a similar way and helps drive the number of staff needed each day, hour, and for each activity. This is a deep look into the aquatic staffing model. The department is a mix of full-time, year-round part-time, and seasonal employees. In blue are the 5 full-time and 1 year-round part-time staff. Green indicates seasonal positions. The department is co-managed by the facility manager and program manager. We have a seasonal leadership team that is tasked with the oversight of day-to-day operations. On-site staff include pool managers, operators, lifeguard, and desk attendants. The seasonal operations staff are all required to proactively maintain a safe environment, provide excellent customer service, and ensure a clean facility. The district managers oversee those day-to-day operations on a district level and participate in the emergency on-call system. Pool managers manage individual pools day-to-day, host meetings, produce maintenance requests, and teach swimming lessons. Lifeguards are American Red Cross certified and provide a safe customer service-oriented environment. The desk attendants are frontline staff who greet members and guests and process transactions. They also are the first people that you see to scan the pass to visit a facility. Of note, pool operators are a requirement by the Fairfax County Health Department to maintain chemicals, water quality, and pool equipment. There is some overlap with the position, as many are also pool managers or lifeguards. In addition to running the aquatics pool facilities, the aquatics facility manager and program manager also oversee the boat dock and programs on our lakes for stand-up paddle boards and pool boat rentals. This slide shows hiring and retention data for seasonal employees in the aquatics department. The total number of active staff in the department in 2024 was 397, with an overall retention rate of 74%. The positions are all listed across the top, and a comparison of 2023 to 2024 information is shown for each position. Focusing on the first column, lifeguards, who are the primary staff that are a challenge to fill open hours of operation. In 2023, we hired 146. This year, 180, with an excellent retention rate of 82%. As you can see, we had a staff goal of 250 employees. How did we determine this goal? Building on what we have presented using guidelines and best practices, our staffing model, surveillance levels for safe facility, hours of operation, and the average number of hours the staff worked per week were all used to determine that goal. The average is an estimate based on previous employees' average number of hours worked. For example, some staff work 40 hours a week, while others only 10. A requirement is Fairfax County Health Department pool operators. This position is required, but we do see some overlap and encourage staff that is able to obtain this, whether they are lifeguards and pool managers. This is how we're able to still achieve operation, though less than the goal in lifeguards alone. If we combine the lifeguards and the operators, we're at 263. This slide slide is about lifeguard wages over the years. At the August joint meeting of the Board of Directors and Fiscal Committee, staff indicated that a $19 an hour rate would be included in Draft 1 2025 for lifeguards. Since then, staff have reduced the request for an increase to $18 per hour. The savings to the membership from proposing $19 an hour to an $18 an hour hourly rate is $60,000. Each year, the aquatic staff begin a development of the pool schedule for the following year in July. The first factor to consider is the Fairfax County school schedule. The initial analyzation of data and open hours comparison is started, along with the development of the pool seasons are drafted based on when most students will be out of school. This reason is because this is not only a great time for children to be at the pool, but it's also our primary driver with our staff. Review of usage data and hours of operation happen. This includes hours added from the previous year to determine if they were well attended. Staff then review all member feedback and comments. This feedback is collected in a variety of ways as shown on this slide. It includes a look at the community survey, results from feedback on site, a variety of technology, and past survey with direct email sent. A review of the anticipated retention and recruitment data is completed. By November, staff will finalize the open swim and fitness hours, working towards equitable hours across North and South and in all 4 districts. In January, rental agreements are finalized. And then finally in April, the schedule is published on the Reston Association website. These are some of the known factors being considered as the 2025 schedule is built. First, all 15 pools will be open. There are 8 pools in South Reston and 9 pools in North Reston. The long-loved tradition of a summer that does not end till Labor Day is greatly impacted by the pool schedule calendar. While it may not affect every pool user, it does have an unavoidable impact on the availability of staff. In 2025, the school start day is August 18th. We will also review member feedback and maintain the additional 400 plus hours added to the schedule based on the results of the community survey. All funded hours will be evaluated working towards equitable hours of operation not only by district but also by the north and south areas of Reston. We are working to extend the peak season 3 by 1 week to add to the pools remaining open until the Friday before Fairfax County schools begin. Reston Association has rented its facilities to many different organizations from time to time over the last 35 years. The intent of renting pool space was to either provide income opportunity to offset a portion of the cost of operations or for an organized team practice. Rental groups include Reston-based and non-Reston-based organizations. In 2024, there are 3 types of organizations that rent pools: swim teams, child daycare groups, and special programs such as the Reston Swim Team Organization and Summer School and Pool Program and our own Reston Association camps. The RA pool schedule is established prior to renting space to organizations. Fees are applied based on the type of activity, and a discount is applied for Reston-based organizations. This slide shows the 5 non-Reston-based organizations who rent space from the association. The total hours rented by these organizations in 2024 is 214, and revenue collected is $28,800. We have taken a look to see if we could maximize this schedule to allow for additional space and time for RA members to enjoy open swim. There are some organizations that have times that are not impactful to the schedule, such as the fish swim team early morning at 5:30 a.m. practice is not impactful to the open pool schedule. There are, however, others. Staff has worked to take a look at the schedule and see if we could add the hours back in. What the result is if we change the hours back into the schedule, we still have additional hours to fund. So, to add these hours back in and open the pool for an entire day would have a budget impact of $67,000. This slide shows that 9 Reston-based organizations who rent pool space from the association. The total hours rented by these organizations for 2024 is just over 1,300 hours. The revenue from these organizations is just under $65,000. It's also important to note that RA camps utilize the pools for 275 of these hours throughout the summer season and is a great draw for the camp program. In addition, the Reston Swim Team organization utilizes swim teams across the pool system, primarily for RA members. In evaluating more opportunities for the membership to utilize pools, staff have reviewed all rentals that currently rent and utilize Reston pools. Drafting the 2025 pool schedule will focus on this order of priority. Priority 1, the open pool scheduled hours for recreation pass holders. 2, rentals to Reston-based organizations. 3, non-Reston-based organization rentals. Revenue goals will be established using this prioritization. Removing rentals and opening pool hours for the membership is not a one-for-one replacement of rented hours to open hours. To reorganize and add rental hours back to the schedule, and with some reorganization, most pools can move from a 1-day per week closure rather than 2. This would have a budget impact of $67,000. Moving on to maintenance, this slide shows examples of items in repair that are conducted by our in-house maintenance staff and those utilizing a contractor. Internally, our team inspects facilities and prioritizes projects, conducts inventory, and procures equipment. Our facilities are not constructed for year-round operation. The team opens the facilities in the spring and winterizes them in the fall. They care for the repair and replacement of equipment, plumbing, bathhouse repairs, fencing, painting, and more. They accomplish a 24-hour turnaround on most internal repairs. Contracted examples include large contracts such as drain and cleans of the facilities at the beginning of the year, or projects that current manpower does not allow within a small window of time, such as pre-season facility cleaning. There are some that require specialty licenses, such as work with utilities. The internal maintenance team provides a high level of response and resolution to work orders, which results in minimal disruption to the enjoyment by members. This slide shows a snapshot of pool maintenance operations. The team is responsible for the replacement and maintenance schedules, training, project planning, utilizing a work order system and operational tracking software called DigiQuatics, and coordinates with the capital department. They perform monthly tasks, doing regular facility checks and in-season maintenance requests, which are all triaged almost immediately. They are available 7 days a week and on all weekends and holidays, March through October. The facility manager or facility technician are also on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week during that time period for emergency repairs. With aging facilities, unscheduled repairs arise more frequently. Examples are shown here from 2023 and in this past summer in 2024. The Autumnwood phase converter replacement, the white coat, which is the bottom of the pool, had patches that needed to be repaired at Lake Newport. The North Shore pool heaters. We had a vacancy in the full-time technician for portion of both of those years, North Hills and Glade pool motor repairs, Autumnwood and Lake Newport wading pool plaster repairs. One option to be considered is to take a look at an external pool management company options, which is a company that would come in and run the facilities instead of full-time Reston Association staff. Staff have discussed the management of all 15 pools with external pool management companies. We're recommending that additional study for this topic is extended into 2026. We have learned some important items to note. The pool budget for 2025 is nearly $3 million. We found that there is no cost savings for the association with the outside management companies. There are no partial season options available. Pool management companies have provided estimates in that similar range with additional costs that are not included in the base. This includes staff for Reston Swim Team Association, rentals, private parties, which are not included. Additional domestic pool management companies largely use the same staff as RA, presenting same challenges in shoulder seasons. The response time for emergencies and maintenance repairs would not meet the current standard that our maintenance staff provides. Additional fees would be required for emergency repairs on weekends and holidays. All maintenance is on top of the agreed upon operating agreement. Also, the personal touch and customer service that RA staff give the members may not be matched with a management company. This would essentially mean that we would be renting our own facilities from a management company. Another option to be explored with external management companies were to utilize the international program. Staff reviewed the J1 visa program, which is an exchange program that is often used for international candidates looking to travel and gain work experience in the United States. The multifaceted program enables foreign nationals to come to the United States to teach, study, conduct research, demonstrate skills, or receive on-the-job training for periods of time. This program is commonly used for summer camp, pools, and other seasonal employment. Some important items to consider that staff found while researching is that while the program does not require housing to be provided, the most popular programs do provide housing. Reston Association would need to find an international recruiting agency to sponsor the organization. The program would require an additional full-time employee to manage the recruitment and management of the J1 staff. Most companies budget approximately $40,000 per 10 to 12 staff. Most seasonal J1 participants are only available May through August, as this is a work and travel program, and they travel before returning home for school. There are a variety of different kinds of shade structures in the pool inventory. The first is a large semi-permanent umbrella, which are commonly referred to as either super umbrellas or funbrellas. There are smaller movable standalone umbrellas that you would see similar to a backyard patio. And then there's also natural cover, which is shown in the pictures below with trees. So how do staff handle shade requests? We do have a revolving replacement schedule of both the large umbrella fabric and components every 5 years as needed through the capital plan. The small movable umbrellas are purchased annually to add or replace existing stock each year. Shade considerations by member or staff request in season or concerns are addressed consistently in season. Responsiveness to requests for additional shade by members and staff provides a personal touch. We hope that this information was helpful with an overview of the capital and pool operations for the association. Thank you.
I got them.
I've been up in 2 months.
I mean,
It's on track.
I got them all right here.
we're back. Okay, we're back in session.
President, I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature involving personnel matters or involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
There's a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's
Mr.
unanimous.
President, I move to extend the meeting of the Board of Directors until midnight.
There's a second.
Really?
Do we need midnight?
Yeah, I thought it was.
It's 11:36.
What are we pointing at?
The camera is not on.
It is.
Oh, the camera is on.
It's something, it's just a contract.
Okay,
Second.
Okay.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that's unanimous.
Mr. President, I move that in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement to approve the contract with Image World Technologies LLC for document scanning services in the not to exceed amount of $100,390.31.
All those in favor? Aye, it's unanimous of all those present.
Mr. President, I move to approve Thomas Freed for the position of member of the Covenants Committee.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous of all present.
Hold on.
I'm sorry,
Any opposed?
any opposed?
Abstain.
You're abstaining?
No,
Oh,
Are there any abstentions?
are there any abstentions?
that's 5-0.
501.
Mr. President, I move to approve Thomas Freed for the position of member of the IT Committee.
Second.
Oh, that's what the one.
No.
No,
There's
there are two, he was on the committee.
All those in favor? Say aye.
So that's 5.
All those opposed?
It's 5 right now.
All those abstaining?
5-0-1.
501.
He voted yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
5-0-1.
1, 2,
No.
4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Six
Oh.
601.
601.
It's 6-0.
It's getting close to midnight, pumpkin
For
hour.
both votes. Thank you.
Mathematically challenged that we are.
It's okay.
It becomes fuzzy logic at this.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the public hearing agenda for the meeting of October 24th, 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? It's unanimous of all present.
I'm
I'm sorry, all those opposed?
The public hearing agenda?
Oh, the public hearing. Apologies. Didn't hear you.
You're an
That's unanimous, thank you.
Unanimous. Mr. President, I move to adopt the agenda for the regular Board of Directors meeting for Thursday, October 24th at 6:30. Good luck, guys.
Is there a second?
Wait, hang on. Mr. President, yeah, I'm going to amend two things. Can we take off the volunteer, this is budget night. And I'd like to keep down the road the volunteer interviews.
Objection.
Objection?
Yes.
It's election committee volunteers.
Oh, election committee?
Yes.
All right, well, then we'll do that. Can we kick over the Lake Equity Group until,
Yeah.
December.
Yeah,
We're gonna make it report in December. Why not just kick it over to December?
okay, so we're gonna take that out. I'm just looking to save time here because I know the budget is gonna be long. I'm open to any other amendments that would reduce the length of the meeting.
I would be in favor of removing item E and F. Because although I respect Supervisor Alcorn, I'm not sure this board has deliberated on what kind of discussion we would like to have with him, and I'd like the opportunity to think about that, especially not on a budget night. Related to the discussion with FOR President Kathleen Driscoll, I believe that was at my request. And my request was a report from our CEO related specifically to the budget, which I believe could go in that budget line item J, or in the email to the board. It's just data. It's not, there's no discussion to really be had with FOR. And again, not that I don't want to eventually have a discussion with FOR because they are a related organization. I just don't think it's the right time to do it on budget night.
Is there a second on this?
Sorry? I'm asking you, Mr. President, I'd be asking unanimous consent to include that as an amendment to the motion to propose an agenda.
I have some objections.
Yeah, so it's not unanimous, but.
I'll second the amendment to get discussion so we can go home.
I'm good with 4. I would keep Alcorn in the sense that Supervisor Alcorn probably has a very limited schedule. He's agreed to that particular night. I think we have 2 weeks to prepare.
Divide the question, Mr. President, can we divide the question? So an amendment to take off the discussion with Driscoll. And can we vote on that first, Mr. President?
I would like to make a clarification that request for FOR was not based on Director Juszczyk's request. That was something that I have been trying to get FOR before the board here as a way of building that relationship that goes back a long time. And that was the only reason that I did that. It had nothing to do with proving anything. So that was just a courtesy. And the same thing goes with the Walter Alcorn invite. It was not to have any detailed questions or pre-planned things. This is just, think of it as a meet and greet, and that's all it is.
So I was going to second that because for the same reason, out of courtesy, if it's a budget night, I don't think it's a good idea to have Supervisor Alcorn and or Kathleen Driscoll here. Just let us do budget stuff out of courtesy to the board and out of courtesy to Supervisor Alcorn. He is the one sit here. What we're gonna do. Like, that's just sausage making with,
He's the first one on the agenda, 15 minutes.
even so.
Sounds like there's a vote, so
Okay.
I should just vote for the original.
So I don't know, I think you'd have a different vote on if we divide the question, Mr. President. Can we take a vote first on Driscoll? All those in favor, can I ask for those in favor of dropping Driscoll from the agenda to say aye, Mr. President? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5.
Any opposed? Yeah. And abstain? Okay, so that was
5, 2.
5, 1, 1.
No, you're abstaining, 5, 1, 1. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, that's 7. Okay. Mr. President, can we have a call the question on Supervisor Alcorn?
All those in favor of that motion?
Of dropping.
Of dropping Alcorn?
Say aye. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 2. Abstained?
3, 2, 2.
3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 2.
1, 2, 3.
The motion
4.
to drop passes.
The motion for drop passes. Hang on, let me try again. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I voted, Izzy and I voted to abstain.
Oh, you abstained. Thank you.
Abstained, nays, yes.
Thank you.
Motion fails.
Okay.
Motion fails because it doesn't have a majority. Needed 4 votes to pass. There's 470. The majority needed to pass.
Motion drop.
Okay.
Okay. With that, Mr. President,
Approved.
we're ready to move to approve the agenda as amended. And the amendments are to take out H, Brittany, and to take out F.
H is
your working group.
right. Okay.
F is Driscoll.
Yep. Okay. Is there a second for that?
Well, it is already seconded, so.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. All those opposed? Okay. That's 6-1. Motion passes.
Mr. President, I don't know that we have any further, if there's any further business before the board.
And having no business before us, I adjourn the meeting at 11:45.